Thank you so much for your attention to these announcements. Now we're going to watch a short video which marks the beginning of the second day for the activities of PPP Americas 2025.
Buenos días.
Good morning. On behalf of the International Bank of Development, in collaboration with the Ministry of Economy and Finances and the Agency for Promotion of the Private Investment, ProInversión, we would like to cordially welcome you once more to the city of Lima, Peru. We will now begin the second day of the 12th edition of PPP Americas 2025, the most important forum on public and private associations in Latin America and the Caribbean. I am Emilio Rivera, and next to Alberto Cuya, we are excited to accompany you in this intense day. Thank you so much for being with us. That is right, Emil, and now it is time to greet those who follow us via our broadcast on YouTube. Our streaming team confirms that there is a large audience that has connected from different corners of the world. Welcome, and thank you for being part of this big event. PPP Americas 2025 is a whole success, Alberto, and this is due to over 40 companies that participate as sponsors and provide institutional support. All of them have bet on this event, and we can see the results. Thank you for your trust and commitment. That's right, Emil. And to begin the second day of this wonderful event, we would like to invite Mr. James Scriven, General Manager of Bid Invest, to give the opening words and welcome all of you. Go ahead, please.
Wow, con música. Buenos días a
Good morning, everyone. What nice music. I am honored to begin the second day of PPP Americas, and as usual, it is a huge pleasure and honor to be in the city of Lima. Yesterday, we had the presence of our Minister of Economy and Finances, Mr. Jose Salardi Rodriguez, our governor in the bid group, also the executive director of ProInversión, Luis del Carpion. We also have the presence of Tomás López Teixeira, the representative of the bid group here in Peru, and also George Schwartz, the executive vice president of IBD. Well, yesterday we heard the discussions in the panels of the key aspects of the PPPs and how we could and I would like to share some conclusions from yesterday. One, the importance of public and private collaboration. You have heard about the effort that Peru was undertaking right now. There's a pipeline for over 100 projects valued in over $100 billion, and the importance of working with the private sector. A lot has been talked about this, and a lot of thoughts were mentioned on the key regulations and legal stability for these PPPs, especially for those that have an extension of 15, 20 or more years. A lot has been talked about innovation and sustainability. A lot has been said about the financial challenges that the PPPs could cover. A lot was also said about risk assignment, and finally the role of the multilaterals. I especially enjoyed the panel that was moderated by Tomas and all the ministers. In this spirit and following this line, I wanted to talk a little bit about BID Invest. As part of this group, as you know, many of you participated in our assembly that happened recently in the city of Santiago. Florencia Tademo is here with us, who is the representative of BID Santiago. As part of this conversation, one of the main points that was highlighted by our president, Ian Goldhart, is the importance of the public and private fund association to resolve these challenges, and it's well known that the BID groups works with the public sector. What was highlighted is the private group is about 40% of our activities, so it is important to have this public-private conversation. In terms of BID Invest, it was created about 9 years ago, and over $100 billion in operations were conducted, and 50% of these investments were crowding in or co-investment in the public and private sector. I'm going to highlight some examples, but I think specifically I wanted to make the effort of highlighting the importance of the infrastructure and energy sector. And here with us we have from that sector Mr. Roberts. Why are we important? A lot was said about the role of the public and private association working with governments. BID Group has been working with governments for over 60 years in 26 countries, but additionally our presence in the region, over 50% of our people are physically in the region. We speak the same language, and we have financial solutions and non-financial solutions, and I wanted to highlight this a little bit. When we talk about synergies, we want to talk about the big opportunities in the region. They are not only public, not only private. When the public sector works together with the private sector, then these development challenges can be resolved. And I wanted to highlight this in the context of 4 important issues. 1, public and private dialogue, PPPs in particular, but the topics of development in general can only be solved by joint public and private work, and this is where IBD comes in with its public and private arm resolving development challenges. Second, even though a lot has been said about financial solutions, I want to highlight non-financial solutions, working together with the governments and creating the regulatory framework so that these operations can be bankable, so that they have access to financing in regulatory subjects, in environmental issues, in bankability. And here I want to highlight the role of the BID group, of the IBD group, in providing non-financial solutions. We also have the financial topic, and I want to mention some of the ones that were mentioned yesterday: guarantee, long-term financing, but also many PPPs require being financed in the local currency, and these are solutions that we can provide. Finally, and even though in general we talked about PPP solutions for heavy infrastructure or large infrastructure, we also can see this in schools, hospitals, and new sectors that we are developing. We're talking about critical materials, about reforestation, critical sectors, crucial sectors for our future. Finally, I wanted to highlight some of the examples. Several of you who saw me yesterday and who landed in the Jorge Chavez airport, you know that we're expanding the airport. There's a new tower being built, a new ramp. This is a big project that is financed through $250 million, but it has a capex of 2.5 billion dollars. Another big project is the Salve report. This is was done through a financial investment of an so-called AB bond. And here I have Aldo Malpartida, Rafa Batas, who are part of this effort to be able to extend the Salave report. But beyond that, beyond Peru, we have good examples in Uruguay. The Veil 6 circuit, we have several schools and a railroad that was built through PPPs. In Colombia, we have efforts in 5G, 6G. Also, the Port of Urabal is a great example of this. So I wanted to say that we are practitioners in this market. We've done over 25% of our operations to date in the PPP model, and we can provide these solutions. Here with us we have Gaston Asteriado, who is the host of this event, who leads the PPP unit. This unit provides public and private solutions for this entire effort, and this event in particular here in Lima is a big example of how we want to work together in this sector. With that, I want to thank you profusely, and we can now begin the second day. Thank you so much.
Bien, agradecemos entonces las...
We want to thank the words of Mr. Scriven, and let's take a few minutes for the official photo of this first day. Our design team is going to be here promptly. Our first official photo to inaugurate this second day of PPP Americas 2025. We would like to remind you that during the breaks you can visit the exhibition that is still available in the foyer of the fourth floor, so that you can get acquainted with the Peruvian products that are being shown in this part of the hotel. And thank you so much, Mr. Scriven.
Muy bien, les recordamos que en las sesiones...
We would like to remind you that during the plenary sessions and panels, you will be able to select a question for our speakers. This will be shown via a QR code that you can access from your cell phones. The moderator is going to present the questions at the beginning of each session, and whichever will be the most voted among our in-person and virtual audience will be selected. To begin today's agenda, we want to invite two moderators and panelists on the stage to present the panel Building Resilience in Health Efficiency and Health Service Management. We have Cristina Simon, Director of Social Infrastructure from BidInvest, and for the panel en route for Transformation and Transportation, we have the moderation of Felipe Esquerra, Director who is responsible for the infrastructure and energy in the South Cone countries for BidInvest. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here today. We have a really hard competition next door, but I believe that you're much more interested in health than in transportation, so stay in this panel. I'm here today in this health panel. Claudia Calm Albornoz, she's the head of the Department of Hospital Infrastructure Operations, the Ministry of Public Works of Chile. We have Agueda Amaya, project manager at Consorcio Habiti in Peru. Rogelio Marcondes, CEO and founder of Salog SA. Borja Franco Moreo, welcome. And Cruz, Senior Director of Korean Brown, Peru. As you know, we will have a series of questions that you will be able to select through your QR code. These are the options, and you can choose from among them. The first question is, which do you consider is the main challenge in the implementation of PPPs in the health sector, and how can it be overcome? Second question, in which way PPPs may improve the resilience of health systems in Latin America and the Caribbean, especially facing health and emergency crisis? And thirdly, how can PPP models optimize the management of hospital infrastructure and guarantee equitable access to quality health services? After the first round of questions, we will see which one is the most voted, and then we will address it to our panel. I'd like to start with you, Claudia. I know that PPPs have enabled us to develop quality and modern infrastructures, but its impact depends on proper management and maintenance. From your experience in the ministry where you work, what are the main lessons learned in the implementation of hospital infrastructure under the PPP model, and how can we better structure these contracts to ensure their sustainability over time? My congratulations for the excellent organization of this event. Before answering your question, we would like to mention as a country that the use of the PPP model in Chile has been the right move. We are able to anticipate social infrastructure. We have an investment of $3,500 million, and we have been through an unprecedented event. We have built 20 hospitals, something that was never seen in the country before, and without this model, this wouldn't have been possible. Today, 5.3% of the beds available operate under the PPP model, and in 6 more years, it'll be 17% of the whole network. So from the first concession in Chile and 15 years into the future, we have been able to learn lessons to implement improvements and the corrections that we are able to learn from will allow us to have a better performance. Of course, we need to improve the planning and design of projects. For us, it is of the essence to be able to work in the future with standardized designs and to gain experience with external stories that allow us to adapt the designs that we have under the guidance of the Ministry of Health. Also anticipate the appropriate maintenance of the infrastructure and try to avoid disputes and controversies with the concessionaires based on the design. In addition, we have been able to see that the contracts have a rigid model. And of course, we have had problems in maintaining a technical and economic balance in the contracts. For this reason, it is crucial to implement flexibility mechanisms that not only allow us to respond to the hospital's needs to adapt infrastructures. Remember that the hospitals have live infrastructures, and the way they operate varies according to the epidemiological situations of each region. So having flexible contracts allow us to have timely responses to hospitals, but it also allows us to maintain a sustainability of the contracts. That is, be able to maintain the financing and technical and economic balance of the contracts. This flexibility has been addressed. We have identified risks at the early stages of the project, and they have been tackled on an intersectoral basis in our country. And this allows us to generate the necessary changes to maintain the balance of the contracts. In addition, one of the most important lessons learned is with regard to the implementation of the right change of model. In Chile, we have encountered a resistance over time with our technical counterparty, defining as the fundamental axis an adequate change of the model is vital to maintain the sustainability of this model. This has taken place in recent projects, but it has been hard for us to remove this resistance. Basically in the health entities, and based on the change management, we have to talk about the governance structure of the technical counterparties. The ministry where I work is responsible for managing the contract throughout its life, but we have a technical counterparty, which is the guiding ministry, the Ministry of Health. Defining the governance of this ministry is of the essence so that all parties involved can understand the model. For us, it has been a very important experience to determine or understand how this concession model operates, and the fundamental objective to anticipate infrastructures is vital so that this model can be better accepted by the public in general. And finally, for us, Cristina, it is of the essence to conduct a cost of opportunity management or analysis, and this has allowed us to determine that the model is more efficient at the construction stage, and we have still pending to conduct an analysis with all the available data based on the outcomes of this model. In this connection, the concession agreement model in Chile has very significant volumes of data that I would like to comment on. This allows us to evaluate the efficiency and take the right decisions based on the efficiency in the case of projects to be implemented in our country. Thank you. Really interesting what you said, because governance in this case of structures is much more complex, and it is a lesson that we need to consider when we are developing PPPs in the case of hospitals. I'm very much interested in what you mentioned on the operation stage, and I would like to make the following question. As an operator, we would like to know your perspective on the main challenges at this stage and how can this be done more effectively. Thank you so much for the question, Cristina. Thank you so much for the participants and to the IDB. Of course, there are important challenges. 14 years ago, when our Villa Maria and Callao project started as an initiative, it was difficult to build this trust that the projects were possible, that there was a different way of doing things in the health sector. We started to earn this trust by completing the different stages of the project with the design, construction, equipping, and commissioning. And then there was another challenge for us, implementing electronic medical records. 11 years ago, it was a really significant challenge for us. We wouldn't have been able to achieve this without the doctors and our health personnel. They believed in us, in the possibility of having new technology in health. It was a challenge, and as we close different stages of the project, we were able to accomplish our goals with the intervention of the different actors. I believe that we have very important projects in Piura and Chimbote. We are at the design stage and tackling the challenges, the involvement of the state to help private parties or the private sector at these early stages is of the essence. We need to be strategic partners with a single goal demanded by the population to bring them closer to health services. And in terms of operation, we have proven that our patients are satisfied with the service. They have seen that there is quality in our service, and this has been reflected by the polls. We have processed a Joint Commission International Accreditation, and have obtained that certification, proving that our standards are high and that our model is focused on the patient, on the safety and quality of the medical assistance provided to the patients. This should be the goal for the public and private sector. There will be challenges along the way. However, the goodwill of both parties will enable us to overcome them and comply with the objective for the benefit of the population. I believe that it is very important here in Peru and in Latin America. The possibility of using PPPs to solve the many problems faced by our governments. I worked as a public officer in Panama. I would have loved to witness such a model in my country because we're able to solve different problems, requesting budget items for the maintenance. It is not seen as a priority. It is looked upon as expenditure. And this model allows us to solve complex problems in the state, for instance, related to red tape, and this could be solved under the PPP model. So I believe that this model that we have in Villa Maria and Callao regarding clinical management, we are responsible for the whole operation, not only hospitals, but also other health centers, and they allow us to bring solutions in real time to the patients. And the patient satisfaction is increased. Thank you, Agatha. It's very interesting. This proves that the audience is very interested. There is something else I'd like to ask to Rogelio, because at the end of the day, the efficiency is contingent upon how you manage medical supplies. We know that medical expenditure is relevant. Almost 40% accounts for supplies, and PPPs can be used in the case of these supplies. Tell us about your experience in medical logistics and how can this improve service management. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having chosen our panel. We have a very hard competition next door. Thank you for being here. Thank you also to those that joined us virtually. Undoubtedly, I will use this help. Health gaps are measured in terms of beds, equipment, medical supplies. It is not common to use this model for medical supplies management. There are not many cases, and there have been many attempts that have not been materialized. I always speak with the IDB with regard to these projects, and some stay along the way. We have the first experience as a PPP model. In this case, we are going to be here for 15 years doing this, and this could be explained with a theory. The concept is simple: warehouse, transportation, medical supplies. It seems very simple to implement through a PPP model. And in most cases, we rely on outsourcing with market operators. But sometimes trying to conceive solutions of our own, but that is the tip of the iceberg. A temporary solution. We require to break many paradigms. It means that we need to get involved in the decision-making process, even though the stakeholders have already defined this stage. It is not easy to break this barrier. There is the timeline problem, and the PPP model is fundamental. Without a long-term model, it is impossible to do this intervention. We learned this from our experience. At the beginning of the contract, we were very much focused on solving what was visible. There was a huge infrastructure gap. But quickly we realized the opportunities that laid ahead. The possibility of breaking the paradigm and causing much trouble when doing that. With a lot of patience and resilience and with a long-term view. This has been fundamental in terms of resilience. We lost many battles, but at the end we were able to win the war. And to end my presentation, we had to redesign the distribution system. We had a passive approach at the beginning, serving or handling the demands of each center, but along the way we saw that with technology and knowledge and a lot of effort, we were able to revert this model. For a long while, we are the ones that determine the point of availability of each health center through a technological platform, a customized platform. We're able to provide a 99% service in terms of quality, time, and quantity, which is the perfect situation. We have been able to build the trust to accomplish transparent level compliance with the relevant agreements. And also, we were able to interact with the insured party. There were different interests, conflicting interests, but since 2009, we were able to implement programs to deliver the medical supplies directly to the patients through a drugstore. The patient can access these medicals through an app, and this avoids or prevents any additional cost, and it is a way to promote health. It is not a logistical model. This has been the most important point of inflection. Warehouses are no longer that important. Citizens are prioritized with less capex and more attention focused on the citizen, and we are able to avoid surgeries. And that was more or less our experience.
This would certainly be helpful to manage infrastructure better, not just hospitals, but also other kinds of challenges. And in this case, this is a great example, truthfully. A fairly unique one, but we're still working on making sure that's not the only one. I would like to ask you, ask Borja, because it's true that there aren't that many APPs in the health sector in the region, but there seems to be more and more every day. And on top of that, the administrations sort of compete amongst themselves because there's not a single group. While this is an infrastructure that is already known in the world, that is being managed through PPPs, there aren't that many sponsors or private operators. I would like for you to give us some clues of what you consider when you analyze whether or not you're going to license a PPP for hospitals. What characteristics this PPP should have? What makes you say, yes, I am going to run for this one, or maybe not for this one, I'm not interested for some reason? Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank IBD for the invitation. It is a privilege for me to be here with all of you. And Cristina, I am very happy that you asked this question. I think this is the question that any public administration should ask itself before they launch a licensing process, before we get into the factors that make us participate in a project or discard it. I would like to emphasize on the prior work before the licensing project is promoted. There has to be a viability study that has to be well structured under international standards that guarantee their bankability under the financing structure with stockholders. If there's no access to this, then you can forget about the licensing process. And going into the factors themselves and general lines without differentiating between different types of infrastructure, because this applies to all of them, I would like to highlight the following. First of all, I've already talked about bankability. It is crucial for multilaterals and IBD to be there to finance the project. Another important point that is very important is the credit quality of the country, of the public entity. Without it, it's very difficult to finance a project and for the investors to be attracted to the project. And thirdly, I would like to remember the words of the Minister of the Transportation and Communication from yesterday's plenary when he talked about agreements and the rigidity of the contracts. The contracts are not adapted to be long-term. They are not adapted for unforeseen circumstances. Contracts, at the end of the day, must be followed to the letter, and there's no flexibility mechanisms. There are no protection clauses for the private sector. And what I mean by this is assuming the risk between private and public sector. It is important for the government, when we talk about collaboration, this is what we talk about. We talk about protection. There has to be protection when we're talking about unforeseen circumstances, things that the private sector cannot control, such as environmental risk, expropriation risks, services affected, pandemic. It is very important for the contracts to include mechanisms, and we see more and more of this, especially in Anglo-Saxon countries, that the governments, the English-speaking countries, there's more and more private investment in these public infrastructure projects, and the models are improving. Going back into health infrastructure, I would like to mention, going back into the viability studies, it is very important for the viability survey to include a functional plan. What is a functional plan? Well, a functional plan is that before you promote the licensing project, before you launch the licensing project, it is very important for the administration to collect the input of the clinic professionals, of the doctors, of the administration. It happens to us with many projects. We go into the design phase, and then that phase is delayed. Why? Because everybody has an opinion, the rules change. I always say that PPPs can only function when there's certainty in three things: term, scope, and price. When these three variables change, then the project stops being a success. This is why it is important, before the project sees the light of day, a viability study involves a functional plan, and that's what we're here for, to optimize this clinic design that has already been approved, commented on, etc. Now, going into the factors that would make us discard a project, and beyond what has already been commented on, quality, they have to be projects structured under international standards, there has to be a regulatory framework for PPPs. I would mention three factors. The first one is the transfer of clinical risk, of the white robe, so to speak. The projects in health structures in a public environment where, let's say, public health is basically universal and free, transferring risk of the white coat of the private sector is complex. And that's why it is important to have this risk and let it stay in the hands of those who can truly manage the clinical part. At the end of the day, we're a little more than infrastructure managers, and this can be a reputational risk for us. The second point is the medical equipment component. If there is a high element of medical equipment in terms of the value of the work, this could complicate the project. And thirdly, the technological advancement. At the end of the day, we're here to provide the best service, the highest quality of service, but within a reasonable context. So this risk has to go in line with the risk of replacement. So, for example, if 25 years there's a new kind of technology that can address a disease, then this technology can be incorporated and is not out of budget. Anything that is reasonable, that and that can be replaced and that makes sense. And finally, to wrap up, because I'm running out of time, to conclude, on a strategic level, it is important for us to participate in PPP projects in a country or region. There has to be a solid pipeline of projects. If it's just a one-shot, then it's unlikely that will go, that there's a bankability for projects, and that there is an investment market. At the end of the day, there are different kinds of investors, and it is very important for us to be certain that by renting our assets can be rented in different phases of projects. Thank you so much, Borja. It is very interesting that you agree with Claudia in terms of contract flexibility, especially in the operational phase. And I think that here, the multilaterals, we should take up the challenge and follow up with you in this phase, because we really stay out of most of it in the preparation phase and structuring, and we don't pay as much attention as we should to this phase. Going back to financing, which you have mentioned, I would like to ask you, Jan, in your experience, in what you have seen in the hospital PPPs and health PPPs in general, what is the financing structure that works best to circumvent the challenges and the needs of the health PPPs? And in your experience, what would be the legal adjustments needed to give viability to these projects and financing structures? Good morning, Christina. Thank you very much. I would like to thank IBD for this invitation, for MEF and ProInversión that facilitated this valuable exchange. Of course, there is some history here. I would like to tell you the story. Many of you will agree that it has to do with risk mitigation and measuring payments, the correct transfer of risk and its the risk quantification. That's what we're based on. And when we talk about financing payments, we can go back to the origin. In Mexico, for example, when we started generating the first PPPs, where we had a single flat rate. For example, Estapaluca, such projects were born with a financial model with a single value. This single value had its risks because we, of course, had to have a different kind of coverage. We had to have limits and deductions because that's where the financing was, and we could not risk this financing to be deduced and to incur in contract infringement. We did not differentiate this flat rate because the concept of services were variable according to the domain. So the first hospitals, we could have conducted a study of the demand, which did not actually happen. And at the end of the day, we had to pay 100% of services in lab when we had 20% of these services. But we learned evolution, provided lessons, and we entered a world where we started differentiating rates, and we started to segment the investment rates, the operation rates. This started giving us some strength in the mechanism and make them bankable, because the banking sector assumed that with a flat rate that was no longer subject to deductions, that was guaranteed, it now came together with clear instructions. So there was greater certainty in the mechanism to finance projects and for their bankability. But then we went into a different generation, and we realized that this was not enough to just differentiate the parts of operation and investment, because we still had these pending issues, and we had some experiences that taught us a lot with these high specialty hospital that we built under this PPP schematic. The demand was not met with what we had foreseen because we lacked human resources. And this is why White Road becomes important, because, okay, we already had infrastructure, we built it in record time, we had the equipment, but we did not have the specialized personnel, because on top of that, the program was made to decentralize the high specialty services in Mexico. So, of course, the hospitals were built, but there were no specialists. So the demand was covered very slowly. I mean, the demand was there, but the offer was not there to cover it. The nurses, the specialized technicians. So we had that lesson because we paid for services that we were not using. So we found the next generation, and we started to differentiate services where some services have a direct connection to the demand, and we started creating services that were fixed and services that were variable. That is, I am going to establish, for example, for labs or imaging or food or clothing that are very demand sensitive, I'm going to pay a proportion, a fixed proportion, I'm going to pay a variable proportion. Right now in Peru, in 2025, we have a structuring of new contracts, such as, for example, the Central Military Hospital. We can be much more creative. We have found these differences in different segments. So this is valuable together with the payment mechanism. Important lessons in terms of regulation. I think it is important for us to realize that we can recover and differentiate the type of projects. Right now, we're in operation and maintenance with an abbreviated procedure because the type of contract allows to do this. Lessons learned, and that can affect the framework is governance. Of course, we've all mentioned this. Governance is critical. Handling the contract, because we can give many more tools to the contract. We can identify the risks better, but if there's no clear governance, then we're going to continue having executions in continue having problems in contractual executions. Peru already has a framework. We have the OGEPs, and they need to be implemented. Now there are faculties to assist the contract execution and the investment. I think these are good measures that are going to allow us to see safe change in execution and guarantee better operations and better project results. Thank you so much. This is really interesting, and we're learning in this panel. Now I think is the time to look at what the most voted question was. I don't know if anybody can project that on the screen. The 3 most voted questions. It looks like it has been the 3rd one. So here I am to remind you what the question is and give the floor to you. How can PPP models optimize the management of hospital infrastructure and guarantee equitable access to health services? Right, a quick example once again. This project that we are about to complete, which is the project of the Villa del Salvador Emergency Services Hospital. This is a PPP. This you designed not to build but to operate. Of course, this is a hospital that has been operating for 8 years, where the expense is basically maintenance, and we're using this PPP mechanism where we're recovering infrastructure, we're recovering the equipment. Basically, in the first year, 70-80% of the equipment has been replaced, and we're recovering installed capacity. Of course, this is the objectives are defined from the beginning, but as the years go by, the production capacity goes down, and so this contract strengthens it again. And we have a wonderful infrastructure because it is an infrastructure that has resources. It is a hospital that has nurses and doctors. It has guaranteed demand. It has prestige. So we are providing, once again, equitable health access. I agree very much with what Jan says. The PPPs allow to guarantee the availability of the space. In the case of Chile, the best example of guaranteeing the availability of service is in the medical equipment. Incorporation of the medical equipment to the PPP hospital models. I think the whole portfolio, starting from 2018, have acquisition and replacement of medical equipment and allow to ensure minimum availability of medical equipment, which guarantees the availability without putting a strain on the population. In Chile, in the sector model, this does not happen. Likewise, as Ian mentioned, ensuring a maintenance plan that is guaranteed for the facilities, for infrastructure, for industrial equipment, to be able to operate a health establishment differently to what its complexity indicates. It allows to give continuity in the operation, in the infrastructure for the health services, where the central beneficiary, and that's the reason why we're all sitting here, is the patient. So the assurance of the infrastructure, of the availability of medical and technical equipment and the facilities is what improves the management of hospital services under the private-public association model. If I may quickly, once again, regarding infrastructure, the PPP contracts have flexibility. In our case, for example, this pharmacies program has allowed us to have private pharmacies, to have an infrastructure where the state does not lay a single brick. The private pharmacies are private, and now we have 700 pharmacies in Lima, but it could be 5,000, 4,000, depending on the demand. we are in this process of expansion, so the infrastructure can be combined. The contract allows, in our case at least, to seek this infrastructure without putting capexes in place. And this is a flexibility that only a PPP contract can provide. If I may, thank you so much. I don't want to be repetitive with what has been said already, but the management of the infrastructure is very important. It guarantees for the private party to making sure that maintenance is done on time, and the private party has an easier time managing this than the state, and this makes the service to the patient not be affected by issues that sometimes happen because of very small problems, but that the state, because of its bureaucracy, has a hard time managing. So the PPP model definitely achieve greater level of agility because of this, and allow greater accessibility for patients to health services. Thank you. Honestly, my fellow panelists have already said it all. I have nothing else to add. I think only that the message that I would transmit is that PPPs in the world, this message is often distorted. We always think that it's something like a privatization, but it's actually just the incorporation of private tools, private management in public hospital, maintaining their criteria and values and objectives of public health and sanitation. So at the end, giving the private sector contracts that they're subject to, that they have to comply with, they're subject to the highest quality standards, they're subject to penalties in terms of level of service, and evidently in this industry that I've been in for over 15 years in PPPs, I know quite a lot about concessions. I think that they contribute a lot of value to the population, and I think that the input or the final output of any concession project is to serve the citizens. So I would not differentiate between public health services or health services managed by private enterprise. I think there shouldn't be a difference. And that's all. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think we can wrap up this panel. We're out of time. We would just like to thank you. We have had some wonderful comments from exceptional panelists. I've learned a lot. And I think that common issues for all PPPs that have been mentioned here, but are nevertheless important, especially for health PPPs, bankability, structuring issues in clear definitions and payment mechanisms, giving flexibility to contract operation. I think this is a topic and a challenge that, as it was said, we have to take into account and follow up the countries in our region in this phase, not just the initial phase, but also things that are inherent to the health sector, new models that can be applied in other countries, such as the management of medications, models that are not that new in hospital structuring, but that give us some prior experiences, such as the Chile cases that we can use to develop new contracts that will work better in any of the countries of the region. I think that the experience and the comments that were given are something we can learn a lot from. So honestly, without further ado, I want just to thank you for your presence, for your comments, and I would like to say goodbye by saying that this is a wonderful panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We thank our panelists for sharing their experience and vision. Please, could you... Yes, please approach. We will take the official picture and we will continue then with the next part of the agenda. Please stay in the room so that we can resume the agenda all together.
Ahora sí,
After these very important panels, it is time to return to the plenary session. If you need interpreting, the colors are red for Spanish, blue for English, and yellow for Portuguese. Moving on with today's agenda, we will begin the first plenary session entitled Innovation for Sustainable Impact. In this plenary, we will learn how innovation plays a key role for the successful implementation of PPP projects, ensuring their sustainability and resilience. Our panelists shall share innovative experiences to integrate sustainability into design, financing, and operation of projects, guaranteeing long-term positive impacts both for the environment and the communities. We would like to welcome Mr. Gianfranco Carasale, Director of Infrastructure and Energy for Central America, Mexico, and the Caribbean of IDB Invest. Go ahead, please. Thank you so much. It is a pleasure for me to be moderating this panel with this very important group of experts in sustainability matters. This panel is focused on innovation and sustainability in the case of PPP projects. My name is Gianfranco Carasale. Let's begin with that. I'm Director of Infrastructure and Energy for Central America, Mexico, and the Caribbean, where we finance several projects in several fields: education, health, transportation, etc. I'd like to introduce our panel. Byung-Chul Won, Executive Vice President of Korea Overseas Infrastructure and Urban Development Corporation. Sandra Navarro, Presidential Advisor, Office of the President of the Republic of Costa Rica. Thank you for being here. Raul Protasio, Secretary of Environmental Sustainability of the State of Pará, Brazil, and Garel Badmanian, Director General of the Brazilian Forest Service, Brazil. Thank you for being here. You are already aware of the dynamics. We are publishing 3 questions. You need to vote for one of them, and the most voted question will be asked. The other questions will need to wait for a year for the next forum. It is very important to hear what the panelists need to say. We will begin with Mr. Byung-Chul Won. Sir, you have lots of experience working in Ketson Bank here in New York, lawyer with over 30 years with experience in PPPs. Can you share with us your experience and expertise on the incorporation of sustainable mechanisms in the PPP model?
My name is Byung-Chul Won. I'm not fluent in English, so I'd like to talk while looking at the prepared materials. At Kind, we believe that smart financing is the one of the best ways to make infrastructure stronger and more sustainable. Let me share three things we focus on. The first, we bring ESG, which stands for environmental and social and governance, into the project from the very beginning. This helps us make sure the project is doing good for people and the planet. And it also attracts long-term investors. For example, in the logistics for the project in Poland, Europe, we plan to include the ESG goals right in the investment contract. Second, we use blended finance. That means combining public and private funding. So often we working with development banks or export credit agents like Korea Exim Bank. This helps reduce the financing risk for green projects, especially in developing countries. We are using this approach now for the public transport project in the Philippines, in Asia. Third, we are exploring new tools like green and blue bonds. These are special kinds of financing for climate-friendly projects, like renewable energy or protecting coastlines. Now, at Kind, we are looking at using green bonds for renewable energy projects. Of course, we understand the money is not everything. To make these tools work well, we also need good regulations, the proper incentives, and training. So more people can use these tools effectively. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Chul. Interesante el
Thank you so much. It's interesting to see how blended finance is used in the financing of these types of infrastructure. These mechanisms are flexible financing mechanisms, and in IDB Invest we have these products to support sustainable infrastructures. We have international donors such as the UK, Finland, Canada. We are trustees in IDB Invest to lend resources in a flexible way, subordinate structures, for instance, less expensive financing to promote projects and incorporate sustainability and resilience criteria in the financing model. And we're doing this, and it is a pleasure to see that Kexing Bank is also using this approach to transactions to make them more sustainable. And Sandra, now it's your turn. Costa Rica is a world example of sustainability. 100% of the energy that you use is renewable. 25% of your territory is a national park or reserve. And you have lots of experience not only in the planning ministry, but also as a presidential advisor in the design and planning of investment. And in Costa Rica, you have been incorporating the social cost of carbon in the decision-making process to decide which infrastructures to support. Can you tell us about your experience? Thank you, Gianfranco, for the question. First of all, I'd like to thank IDB for the invitation. And answering to your question, from the National Planning Ministry as guiding authority in public investment matters, together with ECLAC, we were working last year in the estimation of the social price of carbon to incorporate this shadow price into the evaluations of public investment projects. and therefore in the PPPs. What is this about? It is about calculating and quantifying the CO2 emissions from projects and multiplying this by the social cost or price of carbon. The results of this study carried out last year recommend that in the case of Costa Rica, we could be using a cost of $40 per CO2 ton. The emerging economies, it is estimated that these economies can use a price of $25 in the case of the social price for high-income economies, $50, and for more advanced economies, $75. This social price of carbon is important because it allows us to break down or distinguish those investments that generate low CO2 emissions or high emissions, and this allows us in turn to prioritize those investments that are more sustainable. In the case of Costa Rica and the investment area at the ministry, it was important to incorporate this social price because we needed to act consistently with what Costa Rica is doing in environmental matters. We cannot leave investments aside or separate this from the environmental policy. So the idea was to incorporate the price, to include it in all the stages of the project's life cycle. What is the status right now? We are conducting pilot projects in the public works and transportation sectors. We are moving on to the road projects. And the idea is to continue incorporating this into other sectors of the economy. Thank you so much. And Sandra, I have another question for you. What is your reference here? You take the price of carbon as a reference in the design and the impact of the project, or in all the inputs of the project? It is incorporated at the time of the evaluation, at the early stages of the project. So the idea is to quantify this cost or benefit included in a contract and to reflect this in the works and in the operation and maintenance thereof. That's very interesting. And this highlights the need to expand carbon markets to monetize these savings in Latin America. And like Europe, we don't have such a liquid mechanism to monetize these carbon savings that allow us to incorporate the sustainability criteria. Sometimes it is not that attractive to include those financing mechanisms. But it is very interesting that the government is moving on in this direction, considering the environmental cost. Raúl. Thank you so much for being here. Raúl has a very interesting resume because he's a tax lawyer. And your free time, you restored 10,000 hectares in Brazil of forest reserves. I'd like to know about this experience you had and how this can be incorporated into sustainable forest projects. Thank you so much for the question. Thank you for the opportunity. In fact, Pará is an Amazonian department where COP30 will be held. This department has a vision. Not only are we going to have an economic transition with sustainable businesses, however, private investment has natural characteristics to maximize or try to maximize what will be obtained. So In order to transform businesses, we need to meet certain conditions which the private sector is not looking for. The previous investment and the regulatory framework for risk reduction is a role that should be complied with by the state through the coordination of the different actors and companies, especially in the case of the concession model. You mentioned the restoration of 10,000 forest hectares. We put this into practice. The state fulfilled a regulatory role to reduce investment risk. Then it made a habilitating investment in this context where the project could be implemented to mitigate the social risks, the integrity or integration risks of this project. Well, we have made public investment, and this public investment could not pay this restoration directly. It is so very expensive. So the government should find this capital or funding, reduce the risk, and attract business. And to maximize this, we could carry out a restoration project. We're talking about 10,200 hectares. It is an area that will be restored by the private sector. We're talking about project developers. It will be remunerated or compensated by the carbon market. So it actually worked. It worked as a PPP, where each actor was able to carry out the relevant activities. They acted in a context that they know, and they had an impact there. Can I ask you what type of investments did the government make? For the restoration of a certain territory, it is necessary to improve the social conditions of the neighboring communities. The private sector, in its concession contract, has certain obligations in this connection, but we're talking about public policy. So the maximization of the public benefit takes place through investment in health, infrastructure, education, and the regularization of the land and the environment. This will reduce the project's risk and will improve the investment conditions. Thank you so much for being here. You have created GARO in Brazil, the worldwide fund, and you have been a leader in the Forest Sustainability Council, also in Brazil. You're an expert in forest sustainability matters. Please tell us your experience in this connection and how PPP mechanisms can be helpful to develop this type of restoration and preservation projects. Good morning. Thank you, Gianfranco. We need to think that the first thing to be considered is to value the forest. It is an alternative to other uses of the land, not only deforestation. If we think that the green areas has a value, Brazil will extract 12 million of square meters of timber a year. In Brazil, are we going to do this sustainably, or will it be done through deforestation? That is the first question. You say, you can ask yourself, 12 million is a lot. in Brazil, but you need to consider that it is forecasted that the demand for timber globally from 2020 to 2050 will increase by 49%. So this is an existing market. We're not creating it. We need to work on this market sustainably. We imagine that the best way is to do this through concessions and try to do this through the departments. The government does that. Peru, Bolivia, Colombia do this. There are public lands. So the government should organize the context and the companies could do their job and say, for instance, you can only cut or log for trees over here. It is a system that includes technical parameters that we need to impose. Also, in the case of investment and the case of neighboring communities, we have 23 contracts and 1.3 million hectares. Only one company has not been compliant. There is another company that has been awarded the contract, and we have been working for this for the last 16 years, and we're generating revenues, work for the municipalities and the department. We share these profits with the municipalities. We have several areas, and if we value the forest, we could work in a different way. What could we do with the area that has already been depleted or where the trees have been logged? We will look at the deforestation and use the same concession model so that the private sector can invest in restoring this, working with carbon bonds, probably obtain cocoa or acai trees to generate local revenues and work. We need to work hand in hand. If not, we will always be running behind somebody else. And you were saying in the preliminary meetings, this demand in the case of forest resources that will be growing over time. We need to see if we're going to be using sustainably managed forests or conversely not well managed. How can we replicate these Brazilian models into other countries of Latin America? You also mentioned that when the Brazilian government grants a concession, it imposes on the concessionaire responsibilities that go beyond the management of the forest. Could you please share your views on that? With regard to the first point, or the first part of the question, I believe that there will be an increase of 49%. It is not a commodity. We need to think that there is a tree known as pau rosa. It is used to produce fragrances like Chanel No. 5. There is timber used to manufacture different things. These timber is not affected by climate changes, and we cannot replace this with eucalyptus because timber has different characteristics. I know that we use the umbrella term timber, but there are specific markets with specific prices. There is timber sold at $1,500 and others cost $500 in New York. So we need to look for other markets. This is part of our plans. We establish a percentage of how much extract for each timber species, but we offer incentives. For instance, if the businessman is going to finance research in its concession area, there will be a discount. So a percentage is invested in the community in restoration. This is very important to collect seeds or to plant trees. If this is done in the community, there will be a discount for the investor. We have created incentives to increase investment in the community and not try to maximize this production in the short run. We have a monitoring system. Why is that? Because it is not very clear in our countries when we think who is the owner of the land. The land is public. It is a national forest. It is guaranteed that you can work there for 40 years according to your contract without the risk of being told that you were operating illegally in a piece of land, that there was another owner. So we are able to guarantee the legal security of this. In Pará, there are incentives for long-term investments. The businessmen do not want to run any risks. They'd like to mitigate any existing risks. And we could do this with this land concession during a certain time and guarantee that this land will continue to be operated. Of course, there could be different services regarding the extraction of timber locally to improve the appeal of the business. Given that we have 7 minutes left, I'd like to see the results of the survey. I think it's the green one, 41%. How can PPPs integrate artificial intelligence and big data technologies in their operation to anticipate and mitigate environmental impacts? Who would like to answer this question? Not me. I have been thinking about this. I feel that artificial intelligence will support us to a great extent. We need to consider that we are facing climate change. The trees that we could plant, the extreme climate events have changed. And in the case of restoration projects, artificial intelligence could help us to anticipate the climate in this area in 30 years. The climate could change. It could be drier or more rainy. We need to plan the types of species that you're going to plant. We need to think about how artificial intelligence will evolve, and it could help us to do this forecasting and know in advance the upcoming changes. And we could be able to design a plan looking into a 30-year horizon, because we could log too many trees and have an impact on the land. That would be very helpful. The forest restoration agenda. Let me talk about this. We are at a certain point in time where things are similar to what happened to civil construction at the beginning of the 20th century. We're finding new materials, processes, and technologies. Back then, it took us a while to reach that optimization level. I'm talking about civil construction. In the case of forest restoration, we're talking about the construction of ecosystems. We're still looking, what are we going to find? What are the best techniques, the best materials? First of all, I believe that we do not have enough time. Climate change is an urgent situation. We do not have the time to find something, a natural solution, and find the best practices to build an ecosystem. Artificial intelligence could reduce the time to find the solutions and could help us optimize the restoration processes, reducing costs, perfecting the recovery of the ecosystem and carbon absorption. I think we could have this revolution at the early stages of the 21st century, just the way it happened with civil construction, but faster. I also believe that we could implement predictive models and use artificial intelligence to determine what is the real status of public investment projects and anticipate the risks in terms of operation and maintenance as a result of the waste resulting from use. In Costa Rica, it is being used as a monitoring model, even in the case of roads, to analyze their condition and to act proactively. We know what the benefits could be. We're talking about preventive maintenance.
Big differences in how we plan and manage the infrastructure. First, during planning, AI can help analyze the risk, so like flooding or land use, so we can choose a better project site and make a stronger design. Second, during operations, big data from sensors or satellites can tell us if something's wrong, like too much energy use or water waste, so we can fix problems before they grow. AI also helps us use resources more efficiently. For example, smart traffic systems can cut emissions by reducing traffic jams, and smart water systems can detect leaks before they cause bigger problems. We are working to include these digital tools in our early stage project support, but to make it work, we also need good rules for data use, digital security, and training, especially in countries that are still building their digital infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Bueno, un minuto, creo que voy a ser el alumno mejor portado de todos los panelistas.
I think that I will be the best moderator because we're closing now on time. Sustainability is important for IDB Invest. We do not conceive a project under the PPP model without incorporating sustainability criteria. And it is not only in the case of the environment, but also in terms of the social part and also resilience. We incorporate this into our operations, the innovative mechanisms that we have heard or listened to in this panel help us drive transactions that probably are not that sustainable ex ante, but applying these mechanisms, we are able to have sustainable investments, both financially and socially. And what we have heard in the case of Brazil, incorporating the price of carbon, the possibility of using blended finance across the world to promote all of these investments that could not be feasible. And I welcome any questions in this connection. Thank you for your participation. We invite you to stand up for the official picture.
Gracias, los despedimos con fuertes aplausos.
Thank you. Let us say goodbye to this panel with a thunderous round of applause. Thank you all so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to have our first break. We cordially invite you to the Lima Tambo room that is adjacent to this room so you can enjoy your coffee break. Go ahead, please. And for those of you who are with us virtually, we give you this time to stretch, drink something, and then meet us again in 10 minutes. Don't miss it. For those of you present here in this plenary room, please take your belongings with you, but leave the headsets on your seats before you leave. You can also use this time to visit the fair located on the 4th floor, where you will find stands with Peruvian products, handcrafted and of the highest quality. This is a great opportunity to get acquainted with the
entrepreneurs. Having said this, we can resume the meeting. Welcome back again for this session. We will remain in the silent mode, so it will be fundamental to use the headsets. Pay attention to the available channels according to your preferred language. Please follow the instructions. On the left-hand side, you have the electromobility moving forward towards a sustainable. We would like to introduce you to Maria Julia Bocco, Senior Advisor in Operations from IDB, and for the panel, Alliances or Partnerships for Water and Sanitation, Revolutionizing the Provision of Basic Services. We will have Maria Fernanda Goberno from BID.
Buenos días a todos, espero que se esté escuchando.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me well enough. It is a pleasure to welcome you to panel number 7, Electric Mobility, Moving Towards a Sustainable Future Within the Framework of PPP Las Americas. My name is Maria Julia Bocco. I'm the Senior Advisor in Operations of the Infrastructural and Energy Sector for the Inter-American Bank of Development. From our work, we promote public policies which improve the quality of life in the region, and we finance projects for the public sector that are oriented towards the same goal. One of our main priorities is to promote the public transportation systems and make them efficient, sustainable, and fiscally responsible. Within this framework, electric mobility has gone from being a vision towards the future to something much more tangible, and in fact, it is positioning itself as a very promising solution for the big problems that the region possesses in terms of urban mobility. To move forward in this transition and in this panel, we are going to analyze what role the different models of electrification of bus fleets can play with their challenges and opportunities to improve the mobility services in the city, but also to achieve greater sustainability of the systems from the perspectives of financing, regulation, the infrastructure itself, and the operation. For this, we have a panel of experts who, with their experiences and knowledge, are going to help us reflect on these topics and especially on how to promote this transformation towards better mobility. Welcome, everyone, and thank you so much for being here with us today. It is a pleasure to introduce Mr. Luis Felipe Fidal Arellano, who's a prosecutor and Secretary of Treasury in Sao Paulo. Luis Felipe serves as attorney of the municipality of São Paulo and holds the position of Deputy Secretary at the Municipal Finance Secretariat. In addition, he chairs the Governance Committee of the municipality's state-owned companies. And thank you very much, Luis Felipe, for participating in this panel. Now I am pleased to introduce Rafael Gers, who is the Vice President of Infrastructure of FDN in Colombia. He currently serves as Vice President Infrastructure Advisor in FDN and leads key initiatives for the activation of railway sector. Thank you very much, Rafael, for participating in this panel. Now, providing the perspective of the private sector, we have with us Felipe Camargo, civil engineer with a postgraduate from Harvard with over 25 years of experience leading projects in infrastructure, energy and transportation in over 15 countries. Currently, he is CMO of Z Mobility, a platform that is backed up by InfraBridge that promotes electrification of public and private fleets. The company operates in Santiago and Bogota with over 2,500 electric functional buses, promoting private investment that is long-term in public transportation. Thank you so much for participating in this panel, Felipe. We also have with us the participation of Paula Castillo, senior officer in Bidinvest, where she leads the strategic work in transportation, social infrastructure, and PPPs. She has worked in different areas of the IBD group, including the vice presidency of sectors and the transportation division, and previously in the National Department of Planning in Colombia and the University of Los Andes. Thank you, Paula, for joining us. Finally, with us we have Tim Treham, consultation leader from Arab in Las Americas, with over 37 years of experience in financing and infrastructure. Expert in structuring and financing large capital projects, he has worked with PPPs and privatizations in transportation, energy, and social infrastructure. He has collaborated with both the private sector as well as with governments in the development of policies and programs. Thank you very much for participating in this panel, Tim. Well, and today, as it was done with the previous panels, to be able to interact with the audience, we are going to choose between 3 questions, which will be asked in the second round of Q&A. Those of you in this room can select your favorite question by WhatsApp, and those of you who are online can do so virtually by using the QR code that shows up on the screen. Here we have the 3 options of questions for you to choose from, which would be: what do you consider to be the main obstacles that must be overcome in order to achieve the effective and sustainable implementation of effective mobility in the region, electric mobility? What public-private collaboration strategies models have you identified as key to accelerating the transition to electromobility and achieving impact on urban development? And what role, finally, do tax incentives and the use of different payment sources play in the expansion of electric mobility? So, to begin this panel, we are going to start with the first round of Q&A to better understand the different perspectives of this issue. Let's start with you, Luis Felipe. From your experience in public governance and financing, what do you think are the main challenges for promoting sustainable development of mobility in cities like Sao Paulo? Thank you so much, Maria Julia. It is a pleasure to be here to talk about this very important issue. What are the challenges of electromobility in our city? Well, I think one of the biggest challenges is, and I could talk about this way longer than 5 minutes, but I'll try. I think that we are all going to learn a lot about this topic. When we talk about sustainable mobility in our cities, we have to remember the axis of sustainability that must be comprised within this topic. We have to have a social dimension so that public transportation can actually make it easier for people to get to their jobs. The other issue is the financial issue. It is necessary for all the transportation system to be sustainable and to not have problems for the users or non-users. And regarding budgeting, that is connected to society and sustainability in the rational use of natural resources, and with a lower quantity of greenhouse gas emissions. So when we talk about sustainable mobility, we are talking about electrical transportation, because the city has the objective of decreasing greenhouse gas emissions and all the particles of oxidized carbon. And the only technology that currently helps us to fulfill the municipal regulations are the electric buses. Up to 2038, we need to convert all our buses into electric, which would be on average about 13,000 buses, which we're going to need. And all of this is part of Latin America. And for us to truly be able to implement and use these goals, we must overcome several challenges. I think that amongst these challenges in infrastructure, the overload of in infrastructure, the distribution of electrical power, which is a challenge that we have and we have to consider, because if the cities want to change and want to improve their systems, they have to have electric buses. And this is honestly necessary for us to be able to resolve the infrastructural problem. We have to have investment that is not cheap, and that also depends, it has time constraints in order to achieve execution, and this is all connected to different points. So something that we all have to think about to resolve the problems when we use these electric buses. And another important topic is that we have to analyze this, which we are doing in Brazil, as the capacity of the industry to actually be able to have these electric omnibuses, these electric buses that are actually necessary. So we can see if everyone is going to start using these electric buses, then we are going to have a great need for these electrical units, and perhaps the industry is not going to be able to cover the demand in these omnibuses. So we are going to have to deal with this issue and see if we'll have enough units. And another challenge is something that the city of São Paulo can help with is, and for everyone to be able to learn with this experience, to add this to our vault of experiences. All of this is important because, as you know, the electric buses have a cost. They cost 3 times more than a regular bus. And this is in the Brazilian market, and performing this change, this investment, this is a big investment right now. So this is something that of course, this investment is something that we're going to recover in terms of the decrease in the cost of maintenance and the cost of operation of these buses. But for this to take place, for this investment to be possible, having only private participation is going to be insufficient. So I would like to say here that we are going to have the possibility of financing with the private sector's participation as well as the public sector's to truly be able to reach the goal with these buses, because there is a cost difference, and we are going to need the banks of development and other multilateral agencies who can help to really be able to have these usable units and have the necessary credit. You have highlighted some key points on the challenges in the structure that these big cities face, São Paulo being the classic example, to finance this transition towards cleaner transportation. And in this sense, we would like to go in depth into the experiences of Colombia, which has made progress in the implementation of electrical buses. Rafael, with your experience in structuring and financing of projects and public transportation, and considering the case of Colombia where you have adopted electrical buses, what are the factors that have contributed the most to the success of these projects, and what are the greatest obstacles? What conditions and elements do you think need to be present to replicate these models in other countries? Thank you so much. First of all, I want to thank IBD for this invitation. Given that the hosts include Tomás and Gaston, who are Argentinian and who are fans of River, I was forbidden to talk about football, but we are going to talk a little bit about what are these successful conditions. which I don't think can be transplanted from Colombia to other countries, because we've shown how Sao Paulo has its own process, Santiago de Chile is its own example, but there are some interesting elements. The first one is identifying that, unlike other PPPs, we are talking about a multiplicity of players with a very different appetite for risk, and this implies separation of contractual conditions between the manufacturers and, let's say, the suppliers of the wheeled equipment and the operators. This creates an even more complex structure than other types of participation. The third part has to do with what Luis Felipe pointed out, which is CAPEX. They are more expensive vehicles. In this sense, we have a challenge that has to do with two elements. First is by defining the gap between the technical rate and the user's rate. The fact that it exists, and Angelica mentioned this a little while ago, these systems are not self-sustainable, not in Latin America, not in London, not in Paris. So the question is, how do you close this gap? I would like to give two conditions for the closing of the gap. First is not transferring the capex to the user. That is something that we have to assume. That is something I have to take on. And the second has two elements. First, find sources of financing, concessionaries that allow the purchasing of these vehicles, that reduce the interest rate and make them more competitive. And the second is, in this condition of closing the gap between the technical rate and the user rate, consider other sources of payment that have nothing to do initially with the system, such as, for example, the parking rates, parking on the road, or toll elements within the city, to mention a few. The challenges, well, I think there's several. First of all, in the manager, oftentimes the counterpart of the supplier, the public manager, the strengthening, the structuring and restructuring of the managing entity is important, and it is important to separate the managing entity from the municipality because of the specific conditions that they have and because of the contractual counterpart that it implies. The second thing, I think, has to do with the role that they can play in these closing of this gap and the subsidies. That would be the local government. I'm not sure how exactly it takes place in Sao Paulo, but I think the federal government, central government in the case of Colombia, has a role to play in our case. Well, there's a role in the closing this gap that comes from the national government, and local government simply cannot assume this role. And the third part is technology. Of course, this is novel technology. It's modern. We're still getting acquainted with it, but there are elements that have to do with the homogenization of this technology within the specific context. It has to do with the sort of buses we're talking about and how we're going to use them for the renewal of the fleet, and so it doesn't cause any problems. To this, we add the infrastructure, the loading infrastructure itself, which in cities is important. You have to finance it, you have to have it, and it has to allow for this development. I think that, in summary, the essential issue is being able to define an important role for the managing entity for the subsidies that are being provided by different entities. Try to close this gap through financing that allows it, and through different payment sources, the ones that are different to the system itself, and to include in the structuring all the contractual challenge and the technological challenge that this implies. I think that is what we have learned in Colombia. And it's not necessarily to be transplanted to other places, but learn from other places. I think Sao Paulo shows us that there are sustainability elements that they can teach us. We can teach them about football, of course. But let's stay in electrical transportation. Yes, of course, I'm sorry. No, thank you so much, Rafael. And clearly your experience shows how a combination of technical knowledge and adequate financing structures can make these projects viable. Now, I would like to go back to the role of the private sector. The private sector contributes not only capital, but it can also contribute innovation, promotion of operating efficiency, and promoting a long-term vision, which is essential to make these projects scalable and sustainable. Felipe, as we know, moving forward in electrical mobility means strengthening public systems, but it also requires the impulse and the initiative of the private sector. From your perspective, what are the key elements to build successful alliances between both sectors? and what does a project need to be perceived as viable and attractive for the investors. Thank you so much, Maria Julia. I am delighted to be here with you today. Well, to give some context, Latin America has incorporated 4,000 new electric buses, out of which 2,500 belong to senior mobility, 1,600 in Chile and 400 in Colombia, which BID Invest has participated. I think that this has been a success case that other countries can adhere to and can learn from, because this has been an important learning process. And the road has been paved in key aspects in terms of public and private collaboration, which can be used for new countries. And I would summarize this in two things. First, clear rules of the game, and the second is that the projects need to be bankable. Let's say traditionally, to incorporate a new fleet to transportation systems or to renew bus fleets that have already served their useful life is where we have the concept of credit, which is what used to dominate. Somebody always had to go into debt. Somebody had to add a passive asset on the scales, either the private entity or the public. So creating organized structures that allow for bankable financing through project financing. We have the third actor, which are the financiers for these fleets, which we will later leverage for this equity with the debt for the project finance. So the ghost of the debt disappears. Neither the public entity nor the operator go into debt, and the balance of the investor is not affected either, because the financing has latched onto the flow of the project. So basically, clear rules. What is clear rules? It's, for example, the assessment. The assessment has to be apples with apples. It's not the same to have a financing rate in dollars as it is in soles. Oftentimes, there's something that throws us off, and there has to be some rigorness, some clarity in how these concepts are compared. There are macroeconomic variables that we simply can't control, such as the exchange rate. I think in 95 capex is in dollars, and then all the payments are in the local currency. So we can't have this risk open for a long time because the volatility becomes evident. The same thing happens with the types of interest. The financing and project finances are always the base rate of the central bank of the country plus spread. And this base rate that, well, Colombia is the IBR, they have a volatility that we also have to take into account. And finally, since it is fashionable, we've been talking about this in the last few days, weeks, the tariffs, right? We know that this is another variable that we cannot control and is volatile. So what are we talking about? We're talking about the fact that a well-structured project is something that you have since from the moment the offer is presented to the moment the contract is adjudicated. Not a lot of time should pass by, because all this debt detracts competitiveness from the project. That is in the way that these licensing projects are structured. Then in terms of bankability, it's quite simple, and Rafael had just mentioned it. What can a bankable project have? What should it have is it has to ensure the flow of the entire useful life of the asset. In this case, the electric buses, which right now have a useful life of 15 years. So what have Chile and Colombia done to structure this in a way that the flow is ensured? Basically with two things. One, with the adequate guarantees. It happens a lot that when renewing the fleet, there's an operator now in 2025 whose operational contract expires in 2030, in 5 years, but right now they they have 300 diesel-powered buses that are getting to the end of their useful life. So to replace these diesel buses, you buy electric buses that have a shelf life of 15 years, but then your contract expires in 5 years. So the guarantee that is paid for this is something key to make this work. And the second, last but not least, is separating the payment of providing the fleet from the operation part, because the supplier of the fleet gives the electric fleet to the operator and the public entity, but they cannot control how many passengers will actually board the buses. So if we separate these two things, we'll give the system some stability and we will create a bankable project. Thank you, Felipe. It is clear that the public and private collaboration is essential to scale electrical transportation. Paula, from your experience in the IBD group and specifically from BidInvest, what are the main conditions that are necessary and that enable the transition towards electrical transportation, and what challenges should be overcome to make this viable on a large scale in the region? Thank you, Maria Julia, and it is a pleasure to participate in this panel today. In BidInvest, we have focused on supporting the incorporation of electrical buses and transportation systems and public transportation systems in the region, and this is why I want to share 3 thoughts on this perspective with you. And several of the points, I am also going to echo what my fellow panelists have mentioned. The first is that one of the main challenges is to deal with the high cost of the initial capital. And I'm going to repeat the number that was said by Luis Felipe. The capital cost of the electrical buses is between 2 to 3 times higher than other technologies. And even though the total cost of ownership of the electrical buses is more convenient, we see that the private operators of public transportation in the region do not have the capacity to assume this initial cost. This is why it is fundamental to explore funding sources and contractual structures that allow to make this investment viable. And there's a broad range from public acquisitions to concession models, which we have already heard about from our fellow panelists, and there has been interesting innovation in the region which has been mentioned, and I'm going to repeat anyway. One of them is, in fact, the contracts that separate the provision of the electrical fleet from its operation. What is the advantage of this model? This model allows a risk assignment that is more efficient and that opens the market to other actors that have the financial profile to assume these costs. This model has been implemented in cities such as Santiago de Chile and Bogota, Colombia, where BidInvest has financed projects. In Bogota, the projects in Usme and Fontigoni, regions that our partners hail from, facilitated the incorporation of 101 electrical buses, and Santiago de Chile, BidInvest has financed 992 electric buses. Positioning Chile as one of the countries with the greatest level of penetration of electrical fleet in the region. A second thought to share, and here I am complementing what Rafael said, is the importance of the infrastructure, of the replacement infrastructure added to interoperability. The massive adoption of electrical vehicles requires a robust network of recharge stations, of also establishing technical standards to ensure our interoperability. In this aspect, this is still a challenge in many countries of the region, although we see considerable progress in Chile and Colombia. The third thought has to do with planning, regulation, and transformation. The expansion of electrical mobility demands that the electrical system be capable of handling this additional demand. For this, additional and rigorous planning is required. Robust regulatory frameworks are also necessary to facilitate the incorporation of technology, and they also need to be consistent with private participation. On top of that, it is necessary to transform the way in which public transportation is managed and operated by promoting contractual models that ensure its sustainability and the successful operation of the technology. An observation or a final thought is that electrical mobility represents an opportunity not only to reduce the pollution of the cities, but also to improve the public transportation systems of the region through the renewal of the fleet, through a better experience for the user. We bet on a better service with a greater demand, thereby contributing to the long-term sustainability of these systems. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Paolo. You have clearly highlighted the challenges that still persist and also the specific opportunities that we need to move forward with electrical transportation. But now I would like to talk about how these elements are translated into specific solutions from the private sector and the public and private alliances. Tim, from your global experience and considering your experience in financial structuring and PPPs and urban and interurban projects, what models have proven to be more efficient for implementing electrical mobility via public and private associations, and what learning experiences would you highlight in terms of how to distribute risks, and also maybe a little bit of what other panelists have mentioned, especially Rafael, and ensuring sustainability that is financial in these contracts?
We say in the PPP world that when you've done one PPP project, you've done one PPP project. Everyone has to be customized for the purposes of the clients are looking for. As we all know, the majority of the public-private partnership projects are structured using a special purpose company, which contracts with the public agency and which facilitates both the financing and the allocation of risk. Question for me then is, what are the ingredients that are included in that contract, and what is the process that gets us there? At the outset, it's crucial to have a really good sense of your own objectives when making any procurement. This might sound obvious, and while objective identification is relatively straightforward, getting to a forced ranking among the internal stakeholders is not so straightforward. And going through that process, no one gets 100% of what they want. This really does set, however, the foundations for what you need to do and in the steps forward. Some might be more focused on cost, others might be focused on risk transfer. I've known the objective identification taking maybe a couple of hours, and then the force ranking taking a couple of days when you really go through that process diligently. With the objectives clearly defined and ranked, internal stakeholders are much better aligned, and a roadmap is then provided for the steps that follow in terms of process, evaluation criteria, risk transfer, and structuring. A couple of things to avoid. No copy-pasting. Some of the most painful processes come from trying to fit your project into a previous project document and even trying to figure out why some of the things were in there in the first place. Developing a term sheet for your project and then seeing what can be used from previous projects is much more efficient. Obviously, you can use quite a lot of what's in previous projects, but you should start from your project and not trying to retrofit into a previous project. Another thing not to do is not to rush into pre-qualification. Think about who you want as your prospective counterparty. One or more participants with a demonstrable track record of staying in the project for the long term is probably desirable, for example. So that's another key element. I know there are pressures always to get pre-qualification out very, very often, but it's good to reflect a bit before doing that. And then generally speaking, consider the needs of the private party. Clearly, all projects need a sufficient revenue stream, whether it's generated by the project itself or provided by the public entity in availability payments. Turning to risk allocation, risks allocated to the parties best able to manage them is a good maxim. I think that continues to be but needs to be accompanied by other thoughts. What risks can you sensibly transfer? High probability, high impact risks, you're not going to transfer. But probably there's a discussion to be had around low probability, high impact risks, and whether it's good value for money to make those risk transfers or not. Where projects are less defined at the time of tender, the use of progressive structures are emerging as a method of contracting. We're currently working on a variety of progressive design build and progressive PPP projects. The progressive structure allows for a phase prior to the fixing of the price, where the design is developed to a higher level than typically seen on hard bid PPP projects, perhaps 70% versus the typical 30%. This allows more certainty for both parties prior to the fixing of the price, and therefore a lower risk premium being applied as the contractor is more comfortable with the risk. The associated tender process is based on qualifications evaluation rather than a price evaluation. The downside of this in progressive design build is that you lose competitive tension at the point where the price is set. This is, however, seen as more collaborative. In progressive PPP, the developer can work with his designers to progress the design, and then at a later stage hold a competition for the design builder. This achieves the best of both worlds, or attempts to. This is the process that we're using for the Potrero bus yard modernization project. This is a large bus maintenance and charging facility in San Francisco, which is also associated with a housing and social housing development. We are also using progressive PPP structure for the San Jose Airport Connector, a driverless mobility project. One final point is perhaps the use of guarantees. I think the use of risk-specific guarantees can be very helpful. Multilaterals already play a great role in providing political risk insurance, but we can also see the benefits of using specific guarantees to raise the credit rating of a particular project, even sometimes above the country ceiling. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Tim, por haber compartido todos esos insights y experiencias.
Thank you very much, Tim, for sharing these different experiences from different countries. And as we have announced, we are going to find the results of the poll to see what was the most voted question by all of you so that the panel can answer it. And that would be question number 2. What strategies or models of public and private collaboration have been identified as fundamental to accelerate the process towards electrical transportation? Now I would ask each one of the panelists to give a quick response, 1 or 2 minutes at most. Who would like to start? Thank you so much, Maria Julia. I am going to talk about the perspective of the city of São Paulo. When we began the project of electrification of the fleet, we were a little bit behind compared to Chile and Colombia. Although this gave us the opportunity to examine and understand whether it was viable for our reality. I'm not sure if it was happily or unhappily, but we had signed a concession contract that was still effective for a long time, and the change in the contract to adapt to the model that was used in Bogota and Santiago was very radical for this contract, so there were legal difficulties. This was the motivation to develop an alternative model, which we call a subvention model, which is a model of collaboration with the private sector, a subsidizing model. But in this model, we did not separate the fleet and the operation. We maintained the traditional concession where the acquisition of the buses is done by a dealership. The difference in cost between the diesel buses and electrical buses was subsidized by the public entity with its resources. We made a payment to the manufacturer and we reduced the capital costs, which was mentioned as a problem in terms of conducting the energy transition. This experience of São Paulo for this panel brought a collaboration model between the public public organ and the private initiative. It looks like Paula really wants to answer this question. Perhaps I would like to add, because this panel provides a series of experiences which complement each other, and I want to echo what Tim said. We should not copy-paste. You've said it yourself, Luis Felipe. What works in some contexts and in certain systems, operating systems of certain sizes, is not necessarily what works in others. As BidInvest, we have financed contracts and projects that have the separation of the procurement and the operation of the fleet. And that does not mean that there aren't other successful models to scale electrification. So perhaps the message here that echoes this is not to copy-paste, analyze the operating structure, analyze the constructural models that fit this best, and thereby select the best model. And one key element is to go deeper into the funding mechanisms of these, including the collection mechanisms and analysis of other payment sources, as Rafael had mentioned. The sustainability, long-term sustainability of the system depends on the payment from the users, as you have mentioned. But on the other hand, that is fundamental, is to identify these sources of income, which at the same time help the bankability of these contracts once they are out in the market. Thank you, Paula. Rafael? This is concerning this. This is like an exam, right? So you get prepared for a question, then I give you another question. This is quite tricky, but we're well prepared. So I think the elements of separation of roles here are several. You've mentioned risk management, and Felipe mentioned the issue of how to make these projects bankable in the sense of having a project finance that collects these risks. I think there are several elements, but to mention a few, we haven't mentioned something that is quite important in our countries, and that is that oftentimes the public transportation, informal public transportation, competes with the formal public transportation. What is the role of the public sector is to de-incentivize informal public transportation. This is an important role. The other one has to do with scrapping the older buses to make the electrical mobility much more competitive despite its high costs. The third, and I want to go back to something that's already been said, is the role of the public manager, public administrator, because this contractual counterpart that allows for the project financing, balancing outside of the public and private scale, requires a strong investor where both contracts, if there are two of them, can be negotiated. The procurement of the equipment and its operation, and it has to do a lot with the operation being public or private. This is a decision that needs to be made in either case, depending on the strengths. Regarding the private sector, there have to be clear terms of service, either for the rolling material or the operation, once the contract is established. Effectively, this is not copy-paste, but I think there are elements that need to be defined where the public and the private role are clearly different to facilitate the project finance, the one that both Felipe and Pablo referred to. And finally, maybe as a little bit of propaganda, we have finance buses, maybe not in Santiago and Chile, but in Bogota together with BidInvest. We also do this, and both in scale as well as in BidInvest, as the local development bank, we've done this, and that's an important stage. This is just a bit of final propaganda. That's great. Thank you, Rafael. Felipe?
I agree that copy-paste is not always applicable, especially because each country has its own specificities. When we look at the systems, there are certain types of buses with different CAPEX. In the case of the electrical and diesel, it's less than 10%. There are countries where the level is lower than 10%, but if you include the net present value in a 15-year cycle, there are variables that cannot be perceived by individuals. The cost of debt to fund a diesel or an electric bus is like the cost of funding a solar and a carbon fuel plant. It has an impact on the economic model. And the other topic here is that the operation and maintenance costs in an internal combustion motor increase over time. A diesel motor is destroyed by year 12 and requires much more maintenance as compared to the electric motor engine, where the cost goes down because the technology evolves. A year ago, the batteries would need to be changed halfway through. Now there is a battery that serves for 15 years of the bus, and the battery represents 35% of the cost of the bus. So to begin with, there is a lower capex, or there are announcements from manufacturers. In the case of technology prices, it is surprising to see the speed of the evolution of technology. There is a brand that is announcing that it can be possible to charge an electricity fueled car in 5 minutes. And this lowers the costs, and when this is included in a financial model, there are many benefits. This is like the solar panel 15 years ago. 15 years ago, the energy was super expensive, and it was applied because of social and environmental reasons. When the panel started to produce 8 times the energy it produced and cost half, the private sector started to lean towards this system. It's not only social or environmental, it is related to the cost. So we need to stop thinking that electric devices are more expensive. Is not true. Tim? Yes? Tim?
Perhaps not forcing together things that don't necessarily belong together. We see that in particular in the rail sector. It's when you look at the economics of passenger rail, they only really work at the operating level, and so you really need to think of that as a separate thing from the infrastructure investment. And I think sometimes those are forced together, and it doesn't make sense. Sometimes it does, but sometimes it doesn't. You need to think very carefully about forcing things together that don't necessarily belong together.
Gracias, muchas gracias, Tim.
Thank you, Tim. We have seen that electromobility is not only a technological evolution, as you have mentioned. Felipe was saying, or was highlighting this point, it is a strategic opportunity to transform urban transportation throughout the region that must be clearly articulated in the framework of a sustainable transportation system. And the cases that we have seen is that with public leadership and private investment, innovative financing models, and a clear vision, long-term vision, this transformation is possible. So we would like to thank our panelists for sharing their experience and knowledge with us, and especially their views. Thank you. Thank you to the participants as well. We'd like to thank our panelists for sharing their views and experience. Please stand up for the official picture. And we will return to the next activity in the program. We kindly request you to stay in the room. Very well. While we wait for the next activity to begin, we'd like to share with you important information. For instance, Latin America and the Caribbean is the main region of the world in terms of development and attracting private investment in infrastructure. The region needs a 70% increase with regard to current investment levels to close its resilient infrastructure gaps. The lack of investment could cost the region up to 50% of its potential growth of GDP in this decade, with the highest impact on most vulnerable populations in recent years. IDB has supported more than 50 projects in the region. In 2024, IDB has closed or contributed to the closing of 5 key infrastructure projects, in addition to modernization projects regarding infrastructure services in the region, which is added to 50 other projects. IDB has improved the habilitating context thanks to the participation of the private sector, strengthening regulatory frameworks, and also in terms of planning and regulations in 15 countries. This model ensures efficient structures, maximizing the use of funds and the social and economic impact of projects. It is necessary to remind you that during the pauses, you can visit the fair in the 4th floor of the hotel, where you can find products handcrafted by Peruvian entrepreneurs. It is an important opportunity to learn about Peru through its entrepreneur spirit.
Bueno, también
I also wanted to share with you that PPPs allow to optimize public resources and maximizing the economic and social impact of projects. The experience in the region show that the development operation through PPPs generate better outcomes with lower costs, more efficient management of resources in the delivery of services. In Peru and Brazil, the highway operation programs through PPPs have generated efficiency in the range of 25%. In the foyer of the 4th floor, we have a sample of products manufactured by Peruvian entrepreneurs. Moving on with our program, we will let you know the following panels: the presentation of project portfolios from Chile and Peru. This is a key opportunity to know or to learn the initiatives that are making an impact in sustainable infrastructure and development in the region. For this presentation, we will continue using the silent panel mode. It is important that we pay attention to the interpretation channels according to your preferred language. To guide us in this session, we have the participation of prestigious speakers who are experts in structuring PPPs and in the dynamics of investment projects from both countries. for the presentation of the Chilean portfolio, we have Mrs. Maria Florencia Tatemujer, representative of IDB in Chile, Mr. Juan Manuel Sanchez Medioli, Director General of Concessions of Ministry of Public Works of Chile, and Mr. Luis Elton Sanfuentes, Head of the Division of Development and Bidding of Projects of the Ministry of Concessions of Chile. Good afternoon. It is a pleasure for me to be here before lunch to talk about PPPs and concessions in Chile. I would like to welcome the Director General of Concessions of Chile, Juan Manuel Sanchez, and his team, and congratulate them for their solid work in the concessions program in Chile. Chile has proven a firm and solid commitment along its history with a modern, resilient, and high standard infrastructure with a great social impact. IDB has had the privilege to provide guidance to the country, especially to the DGC as strategic partner, both in the strengthening of the system and in some emblematic projects. You might ask yourself, what is IDB's role? It facilitates investment and the growth of productivity in Chile as a bridge, which our President Ian Goldman pointed out in our recent meetings in Chile. It's a bridge between the public and the private sector, a bridge between the investment market and the global investors, and also a bridge among Chilean agencies. I would like to point out that during recent days you have seen several authorities from Chile, the head budget directorate, and also from the concessions directorate. We have contributed to concession projects in Chile. We have adapted to the country's needs. It is a country that needs more sophisticated financing and knowledge, and we have contributed with the structuring of emblematic projects, high-profile projects. I will refer to some of these projects. First of all, the Valparaíso Santiago train. It is difficult to compete with that round of applause from the other panel. We're competing with them. We have this train that I mentioned that has a presidential priority that mobilizes more than 3.8 billion US dollars, and that will be a benefit for more than 6.6 million people, and we will continue to provide guidance throughout the structuring process. We have also provided support with the social and economic analysis of the project, and this is very important because Chile has a very strong framework. We have been able to add value and elevate the level in this area. In the case of sustainability, we have conducted an environmental and social gap analysis in bidding proceedings. This is being implemented in the Alto Hospicio air trolley, which is currently in a bidding proceeding, and it is going to be qualified as a sustainable asset with the Climate Bond Initiative. Our idea is to replicate this project in Chile and outside Chile. We have also responded to structural challenges such as the hydric stress. Chile is one of the 30 countries with highest hydric stress. In 2023, we organized a workshop on desalination plans with different countries such as Israel and Peru, our host. We provided support to the Coquimbo desalination plant, the first one of its type in the country that will benefit 460,000 people in Chile. And let me talk about another project, and that would be the last one, the reutilization of wastewater in Antofagasta, not so far away from Peru. We are leading a project about the use of waste water using the underground aquifers with cleaner energy. Now I'll give the floor to the real protagonists of this topic in Chile. Juan Manuel.
Son más de 3 décadas conectando lugares, ciudades y personas con familias, el trabajo, salud y la seguridad. Alianzas público-privada que nos conectan con las necesidades del presente y del futuro para mejorar la calidad de vida. La infraestructura concesionada ha cambiado la forma en que vivimos, comunicándonos desde Arica a Punta Arenas y a otros países a través de aeropuertos u autopistas que acortan distancias y tiempos de viaje. Hoy nos conectamos con los sueños, el desarrollo, el empleo y la seguridad. Hoy también somos alianzas para construir hospitales, embalses, desaladoras, teleféricos y recintos penitenciarios más modernos y seguros que día a día hacen una diferencia para todos nuestros habitantes. Alianzas que nos conectan con los nuevos tiempos, con la movilidad, la sostenibilidad, la equidad y el esparcimiento. Obras que transforman el entorno generando espacios de encuentro. Porque la infraestructura concesionada no es solo concreto, es bienestar, seguridad y oportunidades para todas y todos. Alianzas que nos conectan. Dirección General de Concesiones.
Muy bien. Queríamos partir esta charla,
Would like to share this information with you first through a video. You can see public works there, but you also see people, and that is the main objective of our job in the public administration, and above all, the capability of joining intentions to move forward in projects that are beneficial for the people, urgent projects. Without doubt, our countries and the world are going through difficult times, and we believe that through these works we can do things together that have concrete changes in our environment that contribute to the life projects of the families in our territory. And part of what lies in the basis of PPPs are aspects that are reflected in this image. The possibility of telling a story. All countries want faster projects, that projects can provide services in shorter terms, given the fiscal rigorousness of our countries, and adapt these tools to the different needs along the way. So this battery is what fuels a financing mechanism that combines 3 elements. When we were young, we would receive a Christmas gift or a birthday gift, and in my case, it was a remote control car. And I always needed the battery, and I had to wait for the stores to open to buy a battery. I would say that PPPs are like the battery. They allow to fuel and speed things up and attract investment to accomplish these goals. Luis Felipe will tell us about what we see in our bidding portfolio, and basically the tools in our model, which is similar to what the rest of the world uses. We have summarized this in 3 letters, ABC. First of all, we have a concessions act or law that was enacted in 1991. It provides institutional framework to design all the project portfolios, more than 110 projects over the last 30 years. This has been a consistent public policy. We're proud of this in Chile. Of course, there are difficulties, but it has been the way in which we have been able to move faster to provide the right infrastructure to the territory. It has not changed much over time. It provides stability and safety and security to the investor. We have been able to mobilize foreign resources. Carla Flores is the executive director, and we have the budget execution team, the second most important element in this equation, which in addition to it, we have the Ministry of Social Development and Family, which assesses that the investment is pertinent and measures each project that we do. This is the check and balance. We do not work alone. There are several state institutions that participate in this assessment. And at the same time, because we're talking about a tool where the presidential office is involved, the president issues executives orders that allow for them, and this is reflected in the national budget. And finally, there is an agency. We were talking with people from ProInversión this morning, an agency that is responsible for managing, overseeing, and preparing the bidding processes and remain there until the last day of the contract as the responsible counterparty in each agreement or contract. These are the three elements that serve as a basis for the Chilean system. We have 80 contracts in force. The first had to do with roads and highways, which are funded by the toll system, and in certain cases, certain sections or stretches in places where lower demand have been able to contribute with a fiscal contribution through subsidy, and there is joint responsibility between the users and the state to accomplish its operation. Then over time we developed airports. Luis Felipe will show us the number of projects that we are engaged in, and it is important in the case of the surplus aspect, where there is a need for greater state contribution. And as we saw the image with the battery, habilitating projects such as airports in certain parts of the country that have less development than other parts of the country. And then we also dealt with prisons. There is a robust portfolio of hospitals. We're building more than 20, and specific projects where we had to knock on IDB's door again so that we can develop successful models in areas that we had not tackled in the past. For instance, the desalination plan and the railway. There are similar tools to this end, and that is a good thing about having a robust financing system. It is important to review what we do. A tsunami siren network. We're going to install more than 11,000 along the coastline to provide support as an alert or warning system in the case of the earthquake and tsunami issue in Chile. If we do this on time, we can save many lives, because there is a time period between the earthquake and the tsunami. So having redundancy systems could be vital to save lives. Another system, as we see here, there are 16 countries that trust in Chile. We have diverse types of financing. We have the pension funds from Canadian teachers. They're also part of the funding system. With regard to metrics, we wanted to show you this graph that shows a significant leap in recent years. There have been changes. The projects have cycles, of course, but in practice, we have so many projects. What is lacking or what happens is that there are social issues that make projects move faster, or the need to find other mechanisms to tackle risk inherent to certain projects. If you see what's happening in this administration that started in 2022, we have a high investment peak, especially in the case of investment amounts and in the number of projects to be tendered. We're talking about a portfolio in the next 5 years. That's part of our responsibility. It is stated by law. And the amount would be $15 billion in 48 projects that are to find interested parties to be developed. This is in Chilean pesos. The conversion is easy. 1,000 Chilean pesos or $1 equals 1,000 Chilean pesos. So we have $1.6 billion that are being invested in the concession model with a fiscal aspect. And there is an item in the national budget that allows us to finance the advisory, the oversight, and other aspects that are important to reduce the risk in investments. The advance payment of the value-added tax. Each company pays taxes with regard to what they did during the specific fiscal year. We have almost $650 million that are under this administration. With double the mobilization and materialized investment, these projects generate employment. Of course, Florencia, we can move these numbers faster. We have an important risk here, so that we can use certain instruments, what we call the red tape. If we provide more capabilities to the administration, we can double this value, which would be over $2 billion. We're talking about more than 27,000 jobs. It has to do not only with the legal changes being discussed in Congress. We're talking about $10 billion in terms of total investment, and we are only tackling 10% during a calendar year. And we believe that the country has the possibility to move faster. And I would like to end by saying that before we watch a video and giving the floor to Luis Felipe, we are working in a fifth generation of 5G concession system. We went from transportation and the payment of investments through subsidies and moving on to a time where we are innovating, looking for new financing formulas. And something that was very important when we saw what the Infrascope said, this 2-year measurement instrument where the insertion of the projects in the territory with regard to environmental components is still pending to be analyzed in more detail. As Florencia said, we are looking at certified bases to be able to contribute from the beginning, from the bidding terms and conditions to resort to the green bonds that will expand the capability of the financial market to provide support to these projects and to have sufficient support from the community to difficult projects. In addition to these regulatory measures, we have begun during this administration led by President Boric a very important program, the Good Neighbor Program. Many of the works over the last 30 years generated negative externalities, or rather focused on one specific objective, reducing travel times, trying to overcome the single-dimensional mode, and now we have several routes in Santiago for serving 52 districts. And this infrastructure has wounded the city. And we need to move beyond the externalities. We have to incorporate them as part of the project. We have to move past, but they should be opportunities for development. We have world-class companies that are involved, and now we are taking part in this program. For instance, these agreements that are related to these garbage spaces or places that promote organized crime. We're recovering these spaces for the city. We were speaking with our colleagues from Colombia, looking at what has been done in the city, and we believe that this tool can be a contribution. We have projects in our portfolio about roofing certain areas to increase by 15,000 hectares as public space. I'd like to share with you a video that shows us how this is being tackled by the program that has been reflected by Infrascope, and we have been supported by IDB to mitigate these impacts and obtain a specific answer to this problem. It shows us the interurban parts of the city, how these routes have created the situation that you will see. For instance, individuals that are unable to escape the case of tsunami, and this reflects the distortions we had in terms of infrastructure. The video, please.
El tema del terremoto que se vivió en gran parte del país fue terrible, especialmente la preocupación mía como dirigente, viendo que aquí no había lugares donde poder pasar, no teníamos espacio. El tema de esto era la desesperación, cómo podíamos sacar personas, porque aquí teníamos la única alternativa de escape, llegar a la altura del hospital de Coronel, ¿cierto?, para poder subir a los cerros de Santa Elena o Corcovado, como le llamamos ahí. Porque esto siempre fue prioridad, que se tenía que hacer una vía de evacuación, por la necesidad que había en un caso de, sin saber que íbamos a tener una experiencia tan grande. Se pidió una vía de escape de 4 metros, para poder pasar ya sea una carretilla o lo que fuese. Estamos muy contentos, muy felices que las personas últimas pusieron realmente la atención en este grave problema que teníamos aquí. Se le agradece a todas las autoridades que se merecen que se les agradezca.
Vivo en el sector de la pasarela acá hace 27 años, llegando aproximadamente en 1983. Desde que comenzó la instalación de estos paneles acústicos, el ruido era realmente infernal con esta instalación hemos mejorado la calidad de vida, una enormidad, ya que tenemos juegos infantiles para adultos mayores también, paseo y una pasarela con mucho más seguridad. Esto viene a reflejar que el cambio ya de vida nos ha hecho como una felicidad en camino, porque a lo que teníamos y a lo que tenemos, muy agradecido por estas obras y espero que con la continuidad vayan mejorando más la calidad de vida de nuestro sector.
Hola amigos de Renca, soy Matías y les voy a presentar el nuevo paseo PPP.
Matías.
Antes esto era una cancha de tierra, ahora es una multicancha. Mírenla. Y también hay juegos para los más chiquititos. Y también hay maquinaria para ejercicio. ¡Una cancha de fútbol! Y mucho más, así que los invito a jugar, pasarla bien, a ser amigos en el nuevo paseo PPP. ¡Chao!
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank you, Florencia. Thank you, Juan Manuel. Thank you, Peru, to IDB for allowing us to be here today presenting the concession portfolio with regard to the Good Neighbor Plan. I wanted to mention this. It is important to say that these projects under this program are under or executed under awarded concession contracts. I would like to point out that our Concession Act allows for flexible contracts during the contract's life cycle. Contracts can be amended to do these kinds of things, to build a square, a green area, to insert these projects that are so invasive in the territories, in the different communes, specifically in the case of roads, which are large projects and that have a significant impact not only in the case of those who use the service, but also on those who live in the area. So, Juan Manuel, I will start, or Florencia, I will start my presentation. I'll try to cover this in a few minutes and share with you the concession portfolio. I'd like to begin by saying that the Chilean concession system has a high level of activity, which started many years ago, some 4 or 5 years ago. We had in our portfolio in open tenderings more than 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 projects, and we can see this in the news. We have 6 concession projects that were awarded between March 2024 and March 2025. We have hospitals. We have the urban highway in Santiago to stop the trucks from going through the city. We have the prison, and we have 2 airports in the northern part for the mining area. We have the Route 5 concession between Santiago and Los Vilos, and this was awarded to Betis. After a long time, they presented a bid, and it was awarded. So the message here at the beginning is that the level of concession activity is quite high, and we will maintain it over the years. What is going on this week? We're awarding more projects, $700 million for the Temuco Rio Bueno road concession. Also, we have the airport concession in Araucanía with high requirements from the indigenous populations. a consortium is needed there. We have Route 68, the second concession with an innovative road system, not only in the case of Chile, but also for Latin America, because we will have a reversible road like the one in Washington or Madrid. We're implementing innovation. But in addition to this, the authorities have their own requests. We have comprehensive studies for future concessions that are requested by mayor's office, like the double road L30M leading to the Constitution port. There is a news media, La Estrella, and also we're working the railway with IDB. I'm not going to speak much in detail about this. So specifically, these are the projects that are being tendered at present. These are open and are part of a bidding proceeding. You can buy the terms and conditions and learn about them. We have roads, we have the continuation of the Chacao bridge that is being built by IVIA. We have the Korean company Hyundai, and we have urban roads in Viamonte, Concepcion, the first urban highway that will be built with $350 million outside Santiago. In Santiago, we have 8 or 9 highways in the city, and also the Calera Antofagasta highway. We have a very assorted portfolio. As Juan Manuel mentioned, of course, the early warning system, and also in the case of water, needs to try to contribute with the hydric stress, specifically in the central and northern part of the country. The La Punilla Dam in the Ñuble region, which is quite new for the country. So we have quite an important portfolio. And in the case of water, President Boric requested this a year ago. Basically, he said that we needed to innovate, because for the first time in the history, having a concession of a desalination plant in the case of 1,200 liters per second to provide water supply to people, mining and agricultural industries. We can see here some maps, certain marine works, 22 kilometers long. This is very important for the concession system, because when this is tested and is successful, we will be able to continue supporting the country with these concession systems, with this multi-purpose desalination projects. Why not reuse? Probably in the future we will do that. And now we're working with ECONSA and the Waterworks Directorate and other entities. Let's look further into the future. At the end of this administration, in March 2026, we have 15 calls for tenders, quite an impressive number. We are working jointly with the Ministry of Social Development, the Ministry of the Treasury, and the IDB to call for tenders in the case of $8 billion. This is quite impressive. It will generate many jobs. We have estimated 26,000 jobs for the future. And this accounts for 2.6% of Chilean GDP, increasing the double route in Route 5 up to Arica, Peru, and also up to Chillón in the southern part of Chile. This is a new form of transportation. We are building air trolley. We have just received the best booths sent by Austrian and Swiss companies, and the best airport service. We are increasing the capability and modernizing our primary airport network, and also public buildings. We have 15 specific bidding proceedings In pink, we see the road projects, the air trolley. In green, we see the prison facilities, Calama and Alta, and high security. Chile has a security problem, just as the other countries in Latin America. So we need to build infrastructure, more spacious facilities to take care of the inmates and the population. The Justice Center of Santiago, the roof stadium, Parque O'Higgins, which is the venue for large events that needs to be improved, and the roads. We have called for bids from March to March. We have 7 highways. They are the heart of the highway system, the concession system, and these are very important projects because we have a deficit in Chile in this connection. We need more resilience in our transportation system because, as you know, there are floods or landslides, and when a bridge breaks down, we are disconnected. So we need to continue building roads and also the airports. Through the concession system, we have been able to modernize and expand the capacity of the primary network of Chile. At present, we have intervened in all the network. Anybody who accesses an airport can realize that this is top-notch. This is a top-notch airport. The airport is very modern with the possibility of holding international flights. And moving on, I'd like to talk about what's going on in the long term with some of the projects from 2025 to 2029. The Ministry of Public Works is mandated to present the 15-year plan, 40 future projects that will be included in the call for bids. Some of them are included in groups for main axis, as you may see, better cities, roads, airports, almost $15 billion in projects in the next 15 years. So in 2025, we want to establish the first milestone with a call for bid, and we would like to deliver this standard to the citizens. You see the air trolley figures, Alto Hospicio, a relatively new commune, a vulnerable group that needs a safe transportation system. They cannot go to the lower parts of the city with minibuses that are very dangerous. So there is a high environmental standard that needs to be met. There are also some requirements in terms of environmental standards that have to be complied with. At the latest, in March 2026, we will call for bids. We're working hand in hand with IDB to be able to accomplish this. And then we have the prison bidding plan to tackle the security problem in Chile. And the roads in green, we have many road projects here. I wanted to end up by saying that our concession system is very much in force. We have a large project portfolio with different projects, different business models, fixed variable term, different types of revenues through the toll system, or in the case of passengers or airport passengers. And also there are greenfield projects. We have a flexible scheme that can help us move forward with this project. Florencia.
Thank you. Chile has been a pioneer in this, and they're going to continue doing so. There's a lot of investment. They have the support of Bid Invest for this. Thank you so much. Thank you, our dear panelists, for sharing your vision, your experiences. Please, we ask you to stand so that we can take the official photo. You can show the QR where you'll be able to access the portfolio of the sibling country, Chile. We ask you to stay seated so that we can continue for the activity scheduled for this morning.
Muy bien.
Very well, then, in a few minutes, we're also going to present the project portfolio for the country of Brazil. We would like to remind you that in the rest areas that we have, you can visit the foyer on the floor of the hotel to see firsthand the products created by the Peruvian entrepreneurs. Additionally, we would like to remind you that we already have the presentation of the portfolio of projects for Brazil. For this, we invite our expert speaker, Marcos Cavalcanti, specialist from the Civil House from the Presidency of the Republic of Brazil, Alexandre Carneiro, advisor to the Special Program of Investment of the Civil House of the Presidency of the Republic of Brazil, and Eduardo Tavares, the National Secretary for Funds and Financial Instruments for the Ministry of Integration and Regional Development in Brazil. Please, go ahead.
Do slide. Boa tarde, bom dia.
Good afternoon, good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to participate in this event. I want to thank BID for the invitation. Well, I would like to talk to you about this project. What this project is about, the concession project, the PPPs from the government of Brazil. I'm going to make some things clear because there is maybe a doubt about this. In Brazil, when we talk about PPP, we talk about contracts for the social sector. In Brazil, we have two types of legislation. The first, concession law, which is the one that turned 30 last year. And there's a second legislation that turned 20, which is the legislation that classifies PPPs. We maybe have a question here. PPP is the course for concessions in Brazil when there is a need of contribution of public resources, and it has to be a capex investment, a basin of economic viability. So why invest in Brazil? And this fifth largest country in the world, it's the eighth economy. Lula has the eighth economy, Brazil, and PPP implanting. Brazil, first of all, is a source of private investment. Here are some of the reasons why we should invest in Brazil. And to facilitate contracts, concessions, PPP has a particularity. We are a federated republic, and the Constitution informs that concessions are subnational on top of cleaning, sanitation. It belongs that belongs to the city, to the municipalities. Others belong to the state, and the union has different roles, such as the monopoly of the union. The Presidency of the Republic has created a special secretary's office specialized in investment, where we have all of the PPP concessions and the federal government concessions, the ones that require direct or indirect support from the federal government. On top of that, on top of a fund, a structure, financing agencies, or access to financing. This is a secretary that is directly linked to the Presidency of the Republic. The acts that we practice submitted before the President of the Republic through a decree, so that we can get the investment priorities. But for that, Brazil has a fiscal adjustment program where we have growth caps in the GDP of the country is below the prescribed level, so that over time we can decrease the internal debt level. We barely have any external debt, and we work to facilitate ecological actions. We work in a 2-year cycle to improve the use of the project. We have subnational support. We have a guarantee with resources of the national treasury. We guarantee operations of contribution of subnational PPPs. We have on top of that PPP legislations. This semester has been approved in Congress, additionally perfecting licensing, incentivizing, and creating investment funds in the area of the environment. We work in several areas. Alexandre is going to talk to you a little bit more about the profile, about how we invest, about how we perfect it. Through the possibility of emissions and incentives, we worked on the reduction of taxes and federal tributes, and on the possibility of issuing external currency. Good afternoon. As the Secretary indicated, as an important part of the project Pathline that we're going to talk to you about, we have business investments and the possibility to improve or perfect business. We have an institutional topic that is quite important. PPI has worked on this with several partners that act on this with us. Brazil is very big. We have over 5,000 municipalities, 25 federative units. The idea of the training program is to train the subnational entities so that we can have good projects, and especially later, so that we can have contractual management. That's kind of the idea of this initiative, is the idea behind this training. We have over 8,000 people trained with different courses, different partners. IBD is one of them, the Brazilian Bank is another. There are many examples of courses that we have. We move forward a little bit regarding what the Secretary said. The capital markets in Brazil. Currently, we have over $20 billion in emissions. We have the main source of financing in Brazil. It's hard to think and compare with other countries because this is an interesting case, but historically we had a lot of investment from BNDF. This is a bank player that is very relevant, but we have another one that is very important, that is the capital market. And this benefit, as the fiscal secretary said, this is an important benefit for a physical person. But now we have another role, which is infrastructure focused on the institutional consumer that is quite small if we talk about funds and pensions. They're still pretty small in Brazil. And we have to bring this capital for the infrastructure. We talk about finance, about training. I'm going to talk about project structuring. We have different industries for projects. We have Fed Cash App, that is a fund that is administered by Caixa, and it's part of this council of AFEB. We have the social infrastructure, we have public lighting, among other things. We have the BNDES, which is the bank that historically has always financed a large part of the capital of the Brazilian infrastructure. A few years ago, there are projects and cores. We have, for example, Infra ASA, that is a company with many projects in the transportation sector. It's very relevant for the area of project structuring and the multilaterals. IBD, who is a partner, and FC, and many others who support us in structures and projects. And finally, we have the FDIRS, which is the PPP to structure PPPs. That's something very interesting. It is a private manager that manages public sectors for project structuring for infrastructure. And we're going to move on to our Secretary Eduardo, who's going to give us further details. Well, I would like to thank you. I really can't thank you enough. I want to thank IBD, our friendly bank, for promoting such an important and strategic event for the development of Latin America and, well, the entire region, honestly. It is such a welcoming and special place. I want to thank the warm reception that we received here in Peru. It is a pleasure to share with you some of the solutions and innovations that we worked on in the federal government to meet not only the needs of these two countries, but also
agenda de PPPs no âmbito do governo federal. Vão também demonstrar essa busca do Brasil por fortalecer essa integração sul-americana. O FIDIS, então, como o Alexandre falou aí, é uma inovação. A gente
integration. FDR has started operating last year, also with a relatively new agenda. We moved on to accelerating this ecosystem coordinated by PPI that has NDS. And, well, we tried to accelerate the agenda for Brazil, overcoming big problems that we have. The legal framework establishes a series of goals, and these are very important goals that guarantee life quality of life, health, sanitation, residue management. And we have a very important challenge. We have agendas with municipalities that are hard to structure, and sometimes the departments have a slightly larger organization, but sometimes there are problems, difficulties to separate resources for the projects, for example. FIDIRS and comes in as a new alternative, a new route to move forward. We have over 27 federal units, so we make available a new perspective and new potential. 180 projects in the north and south of the country, but the most vulnerable regions are our priority. The northwest, for example, can be an active hub of projects that guarantees projects that bring progress. We know how important it is to solve problems related to this. You can observe through the QR code. You can find more information. There are some important cases on partners that we have in Brazil. They are basically gateways for this type of consortium work, but We have examples of groups of municipalities that can make a project viable oftentimes. And in a municipality is often an isolated region with 10,000 inhabitants. Sometimes it's not a good investment, but we have to find a way to make it viable. We have an ACLA, the ACLAs in the Brazilian territory, where we use artificial intelligence to calculate the balance point and find these cities. We also use this application to find the cost of lighting. It's very important for the population. You've been able to decelerate the process and bring more innovations in the sense. Well, and to finish off, the last point, I cannot neglect to mention the consortiums that act together with us, the parties and Berrien. Thank you so much. Well, that is the summary of our deliveries for 2023-2025. Only the ones that are qualified in the PPI, the federal government, and the subnationals, and the investment is of $32 million in these contracts. Other things that we have to talk about, Alexandre, is the experience in Brazil is, well, yesterday, Peru, I heard the minister, I think a transportation minister, I'm not sure, minister of power maybe, he talked about the difficulty, the bureaucracy. We have made some progress in Brazil in the last couple of years. We have made the Court of Control. Brazil has an accountability court, and so they approve the contracts and the expenses. And we were able to make it so that, for example, we can bring 20 contracts, which is something that we consider the contracts with the risk matrix that are transferred to the private sector. These are things that made no sense to transfer to the private sector. Even if we have a licensing law that the private sector can give the contract directly, just with this law that we have passed recently, we have brought this licensing to the accountability court, and then it went through a conciliation chamber. And there are conditions. The condition is that this market, it goes to this market and to the contract, not just the contract, but maybe it goes through a check. And then the current stockholder finds the best proposal. For example, these are the licensing agreements. We find these contracts, we send, and sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. So we find a concessionary holder for this agreement. This is a moment of perspective and for offer for the market and the conditions.
We have a summary here. We are going to talk about these cases. It is important to tell you we have two important cases that show how we evolved in certain sectors dealing with infrastructure in Brazil. We have airports, we have private partners, foreign partners that have entered the market. And 92% of total passengers are served at privately owned airports. This is an example of the sector's evolution. This began not very long ago. On 2011, let's talk about energy. It is older. We have been able to incorporate many partners to the generation sector. and the transmission sector. In the northwestern part of Brazil, we generate renewable energy, which is important to bring this energy to the consumer. There is a lot of agriculture going on in this region. So the consumer is the producer. And here, looking into the future, we talked about the past a while ago, but then let's talk about the future. This is our portfolio. We can see on the left-hand side the federal projects, 121, and on the right-hand side, 58 projects that are being executed at the subnational level. It is important to mention that the federal government is not the owner of the projects, but we have the support and institutional capability of the institutions to build even more PPP projects to improve the concession system at the subnational level. Here we have a list of projects that will be tendered this year or awarded this year. I'm not going to talk project by project, but we have certain areas at the subnational level. For instance, we will be dealing with social infrastructure. We're shaping the first PPPs in the health sector. We have tourism, parks. Few people know that we have certain parks in Noronha. We have 2 contracts in the forest area that involve the exploitation of forests, but also the recovery of the degraded or depleted area through the use of carbon credits. And Alexandre said 92% of the airport partners are served by private concessionaires, and 100% of our electric sector does not include any state-owned company. The state-owned companies did not want to. They were privatized. And also, Eduardo led this process when he was Minister of the Treasury. The federal government has sold Electrobras, so the electric sector is 100% privately owned. Even the subsidies in the case of renewable energy is funded by the sector's own funds. Let's talk about a specific case, the San Francisco project. We will show you a video before that.
Como é que eu tô falando aqui com vocês, porque deve ter moído. A gente vê o gado morrendo, a desfeide de tudo, os peixes, é tanta coisa que a gente via, né? A gente não, a gente ia pra rua, pra dentro, mas o gado. Aí eu disse, e agora, o que é que nós fazia?
A vida da Dona Maria Bem-vinda era a mesma de tantos outros sertanejos. Um eterno desafio para encontrar água, um bem tão essencial. Mas essa história começou a mudar em 2005. Naquele ano, foi autorizada a tão sonhada transposição do Rio São Francisco. Os 3 anos iniciais foram para arrumar a documentação. Então, em 2008, chegou o primeiro trator para cavar o canal. Desde então, o projeto avançou metro por metro, cruzando centenas de quilômetros de sertão, levando esperança a 4 estados do Nordeste. Entre pausas e retomadas, o sonho continuou prosseguindo e agora, finalmente, está completo. Hoje, o velho Chico corre por canais que se estendem por impressionantes 477 quilômetros. Ele é composto por 27 reservatórios, 13 aquedutos com 2,7 quilômetros no total e 18 conjuntos de bombas. Tudo isso para transformar a vida de mais de 12 milhões de nordestinos, inclusive no semiárido, onde a água não é só recurso, é vida. é futuro.
Eu fui a primeira pessoa contemplada aqui desse sertão pernambucano. Eu dizia, meu Deus, para que serve esse canal? Fez com tanto sofrimento, tanto sacrifício. Mas hoje nós temos água, graças a Deus.
Mas para que a água chegue na roça da Dona Maria Bem-vinda e nas torneiras de milhões de brasileiros, o trabalho não para. Todo dia é preciso manutenção. Ora em uma bomba, ora em um canal, ora em um cano. Agora, a responsabilidade de cuidar dessa grandiosa obra será compartilhada. A União e os estados de Pernambuco, Paraíba, Rio Grande do Norte e Ceará vão assumir juntos a missão de garantir que a água continue chegando. O novo modelo de gestão vai ser implantado pouco a pouco, pelos próximos 5 anos. A manutenção, que hoje é feita em 5 contratos diferentes, ficará a cargo de uma única empresa a ser contratada ainda este ano. Com esse esforço conjunto, o governo federal e os estados garantem que a água do Velho Chico chegue para sempre à vida do povo nordestino. E as mudanças vão além. Junto com a água, chegam também o desenvolvimento econômico, a melhoria da saúde pública, o fortalecimento da agricultura familiar, a geração de emprego e renda e muito mais. A transposição do São Francisco é mais que uma obra, é a realização de um sonho que mudou histórias e levou dignidade ao coração do Nordeste. Quer saber mais sobre a transposição? Acesse gov.br/mdr/PISF. Ministério da Integração e do Desenvolvimento Regional. Brasil, União e Reconstrução. Governo Federal.
Well, this video shows what we are doing in Brazil. It is a great project that we have. We are working with BNDES, and we are working under President Lula's instructions to continue working to accomplish a better livelihood and work together to achieve a solution to bring unity between the work of the central government and the private sector. This is something very positive, and in this way this year we will be able to accomplish this project to enhance the federal government's capability. The government is working hard to bring more water to these populations. This happens in the northeastern part of Brazil, where water is scarce. We're working together in this system. The federal government is working, and we also have joint activities with other parts of Brazil so that all states in Brazil can have the best outcome to guarantee more safety with this contract model, so that this infrastructure model, which is very necessary, can contribute to the well-being of people and also to fight against climate change. We need to have infrastructures that can guarantee water supply for human consumption and also water for other activities related to this great potential of Brazil. We can generate more jobs. We have other projects underway as well. We know that Brazil is a large country. Its global share with regard to the production of food supplies. So with more water, we will be able to produce more food for the population and for other countries. And by 2040, we want to reach 12 million hectares. All of this is under the PPP model. So this is very important. We're talking about 160,000 hectares allocated to this work. There is a lot of work that lies ahead. We're talking about a better use of water so that our system can be safer. We see at the right-hand side, at the upper right-hand side, we see a dry area, but with the irrigation project, the area's vegetation changes and we can generate many opportunities and more productivity, even in the case of family agricultural businesses. We're running out of time, but I'd like to say that we have parks, forests, national parks that are being managed by the private sector, and we want to have more forests and jungles that are preserved by the private sector. We do all of this under the guidance of President Lula. We're not talking about privatizing all of this area. President Lula's administration knows that this is a new way of working. So the PPP model is crucial as an efficient way of working to accomplish good things for the population. This is not privatization. Brazil underwent a financial crisis during Fernando Henrique's government, where the government privatized the telephone system. But what are we doing now? We're working as a society so that the people can have access to all of these services. So we have a model that enables us to have rates that can be afforded by the citizens, and we really need to have discounts so that this can be of help for the population. We have the possibility of creating new roads and highways, and then if we build a road that is not going to be used, that would not be very advisable. But we're talking about projects where the Brazilian government is present, and the government, together with the PPPs, are moving forward to guarantee contracts and development. So the works carried out under the PPP model will be very positive for our population. Thank you all. Thank you, Alexandra. Thank you, Eduardo. Thank you to our panelists for sharing their experiences and knowledge. Please, could you stand up for the official picture? And for our participants, thank you for your attention. This is the end of the first section of today's agenda. We invite you to go to the Lima Tambo room for lunch. You can also find lunch in the terrace and close to the elevators. Please take your belongings with you and leave the headsets on your seats. We will see you back in 1 hour. get to know the work of our Peruvian entrepreneurs. We're happy to have you back again. Thank you for being here in the 12th edition of PPP Americas 2025, the most important forum on PPPs in Latin America and the Caribbean. It is time to continue with today's agenda. To present the panel, the new generations in transportation PPPs, we have on the left-hand side Reinaldo Fioravanti, main specialist in transportation IDB, and we will have the moderator Elizabeth Rodriguez from IDB Invest. Welcome.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me? Well, good afternoon. Thank you for being here. Thank you to the audience for their participation. I'd like to welcome the panelists, whom I will introduce in a few seconds. Our panel is entitled The New Generations of PPP in Transportation, and we want to explore this concept that there is an evolution in PPPs worldwide, especially in our region. PPPs, as we have discussed during the last couple of days, have had a fundamental role in transforming infrastructure in Latin America and the Caribbean. And we are at a new stage. I think that this is an ongoing evolution where topics such as sustainability, resilience, technology, and innovation are no longer additional issues. They are essential requirements to these projects for different reasons. Regulatory, for instance, they have been incorporated. So the idea in this panel is exploring how the new projects, by dealing with transportation, how this new stage brings along challenges and opportunities. And here we have a very well-represented panel. We have a government representative, a representative from a restructuring company. We have the representative of a concession holder, and we have the representative from an organization responsible for certifying projects. So we are going to explore these different perspectives, and the understanding that this transformation takes place not only in traditional projects such as railway and road projects that need new sustainability and innovation elements, but also in new projects that are emerging under the PPP model. We're going to talk about the case of Colombia, for instance, the Dick Canal, or in Brazil, the river road concessions. These are projects that emerge in this transformation and bring along different challenges, financial challenges, regulatory challenges, etc. We would like to explore this. But now I'd like to introduce here our panelists. First, we have Maria Carolina Zúñiga, Legal Vice President of the National Infrastructure Agency, ANI, of Colombia. It is one of the most prestigious agencies in the region in terms of PPP restructuring. Her experience is referred to the resolution of contract disputes, legal and regulatory frameworks, and she deals with the promotion of best practices for the execution of PPPs, among other topics. Thank you, Maria Carolina, our representative from the legal sector. I've always been told that it is good to have a friend that is a lawyer, so we have here Maria Carolina. Tiago, he is a reference in planning and structuring PPPs in transportation sector. He is the CEO of Infraway Engineering. He has led the development of innovative models for mobility infrastructure management, especially in Brazil. Thank you, Tiago, for your participation. We have Carlos Rosado. Thank you, Carlos. He is the Director of Public Relations in the City of Colombia. He has been the Director of the National Institute of Roads in Colombia and a minister as well. Carlos worked at both sides of the table, and he will help us to understand this dynamics. And finally, we welcome Roger Cruz. He is a specialist in sustainable infrastructure financing as Director of Business Development at Fast Infra Label. He works on promoting standards to attract private investment in transportation projects aligned with ESG and climate resilience criteria. Thank you, Roger. So here we have a very good panel which balances very well these different perspectives. Let's begin with Maria Carolina. As I mentioned at the beginning, the ANI has been the protagonist of many innovations and transformations in the PPP sector. And IDB, working with ANI, we always use it as a reference, and we're happy to work with you. I wanted to ask if this evolution with more flexible contracts, for instance, the inclusion of risks, dividing or distributing the risk between the public and private sector, I believe that Colombia has pioneered in these topics. In the case of ESG, topics like reserving a fund or percentage of the concession for social action. So these innovations that Colombia has been implementing, and in addition to this, the challenging projects as the canal that I mentioned. So from your legal perspective, could you share with us your impressions about the ANI evolution process and how you have been able to internalize these changes, these new contracts and standards, not only internally, which is already a challenge in the government, but also in the interaction with the private sector. Could you please help us and share with us that story? Thank you, Reynaldo. Good afternoon, everybody. The process in Colombia started in 1993 to 1998 with the first generation of concession contracts. Then in 1999 to 2010, we had the second and third generation of transport infrastructure concession contracts. During this time, we created the INCO, the National Institute of Concessions, and there was an evolution, and it became ANI. There was an evolution to have a special institution with technical skills dealing with concession agreements. Then we had this law that created the PPP model. This law allows us to bring over the private capital to the development of this transportation infrastructure. And as from 2013, we started with the fourth generation of concession contracts with the awarding of 30 transfer infrastructure projects, approximately with 5,200 kilometers to build or rehabilitate or renovate, including bridges and viaducts. And up to the fourth generation, the most valuable assets of these concession contracts was the physical infrastructure. And then in 2021, with COMBEX 40, we created a public policy for the development of sustainable transportation. And then we changed the approach and created a program known as Bicentennial, and it's known as the fifth generation of concession contracts. The approach here is to have sustainable projects with ESG impacts. One of the contracts refers to the Cauca road system. This project includes 15 kilometers of construction, 308 kilometers approximately in terms of operation and maintenance. But this contract already encompasses what's new and all the innovations at the agency level. We have technical addendums. Number 3, for instance, which is new regarding the national risk system. There are clear obligations to be performed by the concessionaire as part of the national risk management system. According to Law 1523 of 2012, this has been the case, and we started doing this through this new technical appendix. It is not the case of the El Cauca case, but we can create a climate change sub-account if we have a green investor that supports this type of projects, where environmental is the most important topic. We have social works sub-accounts, which are different from minor works sub-accounts. This sub-account is conceived as the possibility of ANI to contribute with funds to projects that are interesting for the communities surrounding the project. We have the clear example of the El Dique Canal. And before I talk about that, when we talked about sharing risks, we have a social aspect, and we have distributed the risk in the following way. In all the projects, since there are neighboring communities, we make prior consultations when we open the process. What's new here is that we open this selection process. If there are new prior consultations, the concessionaire needs to anticipate the social management in this case, but the agreements that are officialized has a shared risk between ANI and the concessionaire. We're very proud to mention the El Dique Canal. Carlos will talk about that. It is 100% of an environmental nature, the first river project through the PPP model, which is administered by ANI. It is known as the restoration of the ecosystem of the El Dique Canal area, and it results from resilient authorities. We experience the La Niña phenomenon from 2010 to 2011, which devastated almost 19 municipalities in 2 departments of the country. And with this project, we are seeking to obtain the navigability of the El Dique Canal, be more efficient with water use, and to be able to reduce all the risk issues in the case of flooding and drought. And there is also an interesting sub-account, a social and environmental responsibility plan, and also in the case of CAPEC, 0.5% has been allocated to social investments. So we have had innovations in that connections. I really like the way in which you manage the risk management aspect when you say the concessionaire as an actor in risk management. I believe that Colombia has undertaken the challenge of sharing the risk and acting transparently, taking over risks and holding the concessionaire responsible. I think it is a really interesting example of this evolution. Thank you, Maria Carolina. Tiago, I wanted to explore with you the sustainability aspect, but also efficiency and technology, because they are closely related as habilitating elements. From your point of view, structuring PPPs and concessions in Brazil, leading an engineering company for the structuring of projects in a very dynamic market that is very competitive as well. How do new technologies and innovations help to change the structuring of these projects? What are the positive or negative implications in how you're positioning yourselves? I wanted to listen to your views. Thank you, Reynaldo. It is an honor for us to be here. Well, in the case of structuring, we are directing structuring for the whole project cycle. We're not only thinking about CAPEX, we're also thinking about the operation. So we always intend to conceive state-of-the-art engineering. Our projects are well-sized from the point of view of engineering to resolve those technical problems with the best technical solutions in engineering. And if the concessionaire wants to reduce the CAPEX, well, okay, it is a business plan, and the operating costs will increase in the concessionaire's case. So we always want to do this from the point of view of structuring. We want to look at the engineering problems and not having the bottlenecks infrastructure, which could pose a problem in the future in managing demand. So we're always shaping our engineering skills towards this position. And in terms of technology, this is a very important topic. We are very centered on using technology to reduce the number of human workers in the concessionaire, to streamline the flows with less participation from human agents in the case of payment, for instance, so that it can be done digitally. Trying to have a free flow in this analysis with regard to the cycle of the project. We're trying to reduce the operating costs through different mechanisms and technologies with the instrumentation, real-time instrumentation, to enable information being shared by the road itself, sharing this information to those using the highway. In the past, it was necessary to have a human being watching a video camera, but now we're trying to include in the contracts the security devices and the necessary technology for a seamless process. The control needs to be done at the headquarters of the concessionaire and not divided in different venues. We try to have a unified management system where the experience, where the client experience is controlled for a single point. This is only the beginning of the process. And we're going to add much more technology, for instance, artificial intelligence. This is very interesting for me, how the famous artificial intelligence will change this equation. And we know that the engineering studies are expensive. You can say that no, you can say otherwise. They take time, so we hope that technology helps us reduce or cut short these times. Let's see if there is a way to do that. Thank you, Thiago. Now we will speak with Carlos. Carlos represents SACIR, but he also worked at the other side of the table as part of government. I would like you to share your perspective from the concessionaire holder's position, but with a broad view, how these innovative projects and these innovative elements that are sustainable in the projects are being included or incorporated by the concession holders. As Maria Carolina said, all of these innovations about risk sharing, there are always many barriers from both sides. The social and economic aspect poses the situation. SACIR is very successful in Latin America. I imagine that you are including this in a very efficient way. Thank you to the IDB for the invitation. I believe that as concession holders, and I imagine that those working in other countries in Latin America have experienced the same situation. We need to understand that our client is not only the Ministry of Transportation, our client is also the Ministry of the Environment, the Ministry of Internal Affairs. In Colombia, this ministry is responsible for defining all of these social issues, prior consultation, and service to the community. So we need to be clear about the fact that we are working for a government that integrates different ministries or secretary offices. What are we doing as concession holders? And of course, guided by the state to include this technology, this innovation, these resilient projects. The best way to do this or to explain this is with a project known as the restoration of the ecosystem of the El Dique Canal. It is the only project of this kind in Latin America. You were also telling me about a similar experience in Brazil. This is a unique project that covers 435,000 hectares with a canal that was built 400 years ago. This project is no longer focused on competitiveness because we were only seeking navigability, and now this project seeks to accomplish environmental restoration because we need to have a stable water supply in the lakes and lagoons that are part of the El Dique Canal. We need to maintain the navigability because the main user of this canal is Ecopetrol, where oil and its derivatives is transported, but we need to look after the flora, fauna, and everything that was contemplated 400 years ago when navigability was the most important concern, but not the environment. This ecosystem was deteriorated when only navigability was sought. A canal was built that had 200 or 300 curves. Now it has 50 curves, and when the number of curves was reduced, the speed of the water increased, causing devastation. When we see the images and we compare what happened in the past, we can see how the ecosystem was damaged. How can we recover this ecosystem? We can implement technologies such as artificial intelligence so that this 40-year-old data on cubic meters of sediments and water can be merged so that you can obtain a totally controlled ecosystem which will not recover in 2 or 3 years. Our concession has a period of 15 years. This might take 30 or 40 years, but we are sowing the seeds. We are working for the benefit of the environment with technology, innovation, and tools resulting from scientific progress to improve an ecosystem. We need to do this not only in the case of El Dique Canal, which is a restoration project for a river system. In the case of roads, for instance, we need to look at the benefits of the communities and the environment so that the project is accepted by the region and in this way facilitate its development. Thank you. I liked what you said about the fact that the client is not only one ministry, but also the Ministry of the Environment. Sometimes we see them as the enemy. We're having this discussion in Brazil with the river roads. The Ministry of the Environment, when it analyzes the environmental impact of the dredges, they have faced several challenges. We need to understand the process and the intervention of the Ministry of the Environment and get them to join the conversation. We have had these situations, for instance, in the accounting courts. They have evolved and they have finally understood what this is about. I'd like to speak with Roger. Thank you, Carlos. Roger, you represent an entity here responsible for certifying projects. It is an initiative. You can explain this to us, but briefly, it seeks to summarize good projects, give or grant a quality seal to projects that have solid sustainability elements. Can you tell us how Fast Infra label works? And what is your plan to escalate this? We can do this for some projects, but we have always faced the challenge of how to escalate this kind of initiative. I'd like to know your views. I didn't mention this, but you have the support of Bloomberg and many commercial banks that see the value of this effort. So I wanted to listen to your views. Thank you, Reinaldo. Thank you to the IDB team for the invitation. And good afternoon, everybody in the audience. This is a special challenge after lunch. Let's go. Before sharing with you what Fast Infra is, we should first address the infrastructure gap. And we talk about the financial gaps and the lack of investment. But it is also important to say that there is also a gap in terms of quality projects. Projects that have a good rate of return, and the lack of these types of projects has an impact on the financial gap, on the capital availability. So this is the situation. What comes first, what comes next, and that is why Fast Infra was created. And as Arnaldo said, we deal with the compliance of good practices and market requirements in social, environmental, and governance and resilience areas. And not because out of activism or because of a romantic view. We do this because these topics become risks, and we are looking at risks that are happening in the real world and become an obstacle from generating future gains. We would need to have a good financial management so that we do not affect external investments. In this context, we wanted to solve four problems with a certification that can attract more investments for this infrastructure project. The first problem that we tried to solve here is the lack of the harmonization of market requirements. There are companies with their own policies, government taxonomies, published guidelines, good practices. We have all this, but there is no single place when we can see all of this to facilitate the projects. What is the second problem? There can be individual practices. Many times they're very good practices. We have listened to that today, but the lack of harmonization increases the costs and deadlines with more diligence requirements that have an impact on the decision-making process, and nobody wants long or lengthy decision-making process. And the fourth problem would be the origination. Where can we find, or sourcing, where can we find the good projects? We have good projects in the market, but where are they? How can investors access this information easily? And that is the role of our initiative. It applies not only to the transport market, but to other types of infrastructure. We are coalition of the largest financial entities in the infrastructure market, and we handle more than $6 billion in assets to create this certification for infrastructure projects that have a high level of sustainability and resilience practices, and in this way attract more investments and allocate more capital in quality projects. The objective is not to create anything new. The market doesn't need new standards. The market needs a place where it is easy to identify the practices and implement them. So by establishing standardized requirements, Fast Infra label facilitates this. We apply the capital structure approach once the funds are there, and then we have clarity about the investments that we want to gain access to. You can use Fast Infra label and you can obtain the necessary information that is available in the market. So aside from the certification, it is a tool that supports projects to improve their quality because it has the possibility of issuing reports on the gaps. It is a tool used to facilitate transactions and to identify good projects and to increase the availability of quality projects and attract more investment to infrastructure projects. So for this reason, we have Bloomberg as a technological ally because insofar as we escalate this project, we can have this in all terminals. We will be creating a real marketplace for all projects. The scale It is a problem that all certification systems have as a private sector initiative. What are we doing? We're generating demand. It is an initiative adopted at the level of projects, but we are working with the demand. We are promoting the use of the label from the side of the different firms, and in this way create this snowball effect that the market needs to harmonize what the requirements are among companies, developers, and governments. We have 195 projects, 26 countries in the transportation area, in the secondary market, projects that are not seeking funding, but they want to improve their practices. So our perspective is to double this figure by the end of the year, and in this way contribute to a new generation of infrastructure projects, helping investments flow where projects are most necessary, impacting positively the lives of people. Just good business. That's all.
You've mentioned something important, is that the gap is definitive, is clear, but the demand that is represented in certain projects is quite limited. So oftentimes as financing organisms, we are fighting for the same good projects, so we have to broaden that base. I think we have about 6 or 7 minutes, and I wanted to use this lightning round to ask one last question, and I'm going to ask you to be brief, maybe fit into 2 minutes. Considering these technical and contractual regressions, market regressions that we're talking about, I want to ask you about your vision towards the future. 3, 4 topics that you think we are going to be talking about. More so in the next PPP Americas in 2 to 4 years. We have seen, and perhaps in the 7th or 8th generation of PPPs in Colombia, what are the big subjects, the big topics of the future? We can maybe start with Tiago. Perfect. The technical part is a layer of development of the projects, the engineering part. So the projects that we are watching evolve in Brazil, the contracts they go in the direction of performance and impacted with social KPIs. They're measurable. And this is an important point because we are not conducting or undertaking the work. We are doing the projects to add value associated to environmental value, economic value for society. And all of this is possible via a proper structuring where all the engineering risks are calculated, are shared with the government. So in Brazil, in São Paulo, we have subways. Line 6, for example, there's the geological environmental risks are being shared because when the structuring was being done with the projects, it's impossible to know what is happening with the entire profile of the subways. So it is very important. And we are going to look at the future. We're going to see that the full digitalization of the vehicles, the autonomous trains, are going to impact the market. So currently, we don't know what the future is going to be like from the point of view of operations of the big compositions. So all the trains, the frequency will be possible, will be made by artificial intelligence. And to make the transportation system more fluid, more sustainable, and more effective. So if you have a chamber that is in the subway platforms, where there's more demand, you have to add more compositions to provide service to the population. So we are going to see a lot of this side of digitalization. And also maintenance, preventive maintenance. Maintenance carries an important cost due to operation. And we are going to have these problems generated and resolved by AI as well. And we're always going to receive the state in real time. It's going to be an important advancement for the structure and transportation. Thank you, Thiago. Carolina. Well, I'm going to try to talk about the following trends. Well, I think the first and most important one is the inclusion of social actors from project structure. And I think that they basically go hand in hand with the originator, so everything can flow. And so that effectively during the execution of the project, no issues arrive. Another trend could be the green investors, people who effectively, or companies who effectively bet on the environment, as well as the renewal of new infrastructures, sustainable infrastructures, with a focus on the social, the economic, and the environmental. And finally, something that we are doing from Colombia, for example, we have some guidelines, some green guidelines. This is a document generated by the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development, and it goes hand in hand with what Carlos said. We cannot see entities as isolated. They complement each other, and these tools from different actors of the government will allow, I think, in the future to be less problematic in execution. Thank you so much, Roger. Well, here we see a bunch of things as trends. We see planned finance, the importance of preparation for projects, but specifically in transportation. And this is where we have the region and being well acquainted with the situation of transportation in our region. I see that new projects, considering the structural gaps that we currently have, we have to think about how transportation is going to be in 15, 20 years, in 2040, 2050, and then we can maybe get a new generation of transportation projects that can solve that problem. So we're talking about a trend of the evolution of the way that we conceive transportation with more technology, with digitalization, new materials, new systems, to build cleaner and faster, new safety systems, availability, connection, new transportation models, sustainability as an important element, and resilience. So I think that this is one of the strongest issues that come, let's say, from the Porto Alegre in Brazil. The resilience in terms of impact is tremendous. So I think that transportation projects can evolve in this sense. Thank you. Thank you, Roger. Carlos. What do you think are the dominating trends in the region? Well, I think the trend is definitely going to be resilient projects, because this sort of projects allow you to, and this is something we haven't talked about a lot, but it's so important, is to get better financing conditions. For example, inasmuch as we have a project that has been operated, that is in permanent operation, such as a health care project and nidification in extreme conditions, that is capable of generating power, water, that is sustainable. In these conditions, in these extreme conditions, it could be a project that is much more attractive for the financial sector. And I think that that is the focus that the approach that should exist in all the different concessions, and we seek the kind of concessions that can be offered to the market because that will make it more profitable. And what we're trying to do in Colombia are two important projects which we are trying to promote faster, is to show that social and environmental investment has an infinite rate of return, and it is, of course, profitable. Excellent, very good point. I think that financing is closely attached to everything we talk about. At the end of the day, if the market is going to interpret it like this, the provider of the financial services, if they understand it that way, then it will be for the best. Well, thank you all so much. We're going to close out the panel. And we've heard, for example, from Colombia, I liked the topic of the concessionary as a risk factor. We heard that you have to have the environmental team as a partner. We heard about the topic of Tiago's vision on the cycle of projects and the new technologies which we have to be prepared for, and the vision of quality projects, which is not simply because of ideology, but so that the market actually enters the circuit in a comprehensive way. Thank you all so much. I want to thank you for your presence and ask for a round of applause for this panel.
Muchísimas gracias a nuestros panelistas.
We would like to thank our panelists for sharing your experience, your vision, and we ask you to stand for the official photo. To our attendees, we ask you to remain in your seats and pay attention to the next activity that is scheduled for this afternoon.
Que digas que vamos a seguir con el panel, que se coloquen sus auriculares. ¿Sabes? Se pareció Verónica. Sí, ya estamos al panel.
Muy bien. A nuestra querida audiencia, por favor, les pedimos tomar asiento de vuelta. Vamos a continuar con la modalidad.
Please be seated. We will continue with the silent conference mode. Please be seated. Mute your cell phones, please, to guarantee the seamless performance in this venue. We will continue with the silent mode with 2 new parallel events, so it is important to pay attention to the available colors in the case of interpreting. Use your headsets, be seated, please, so that you can resume the agenda.
Bien. Por el lado.
On the left side of the room, we will have the following topic: strengthening of the policies for regulation of drinkable water and sanitation as accelerator of private investment. Our moderator will be Maria Eduarda Gobeberto, Senior Specialist of Water and Sanitation from IBD. And on the other side of the room, we are going to have the development of the following topic: managing knowledge in PPPs and in ProInversión, good best practices and lessons learned. We will invite to the stage Lucy Henderson, the Subdirector of Management of Knowledge in ProInversión Peru. Maria Eduarda and Lucy, go ahead, please.
Buenas tardes a todos y bienvenidos.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this side event, strengthening the policies and regulation of drinking water and sanitation as an accelerator of private investment. In terms of water and sanitation, these are key challenges for sustainable development. However, guaranteeing sustainable quality services requires not only investment, but also a regulatory framework that provides quality and trust to the actors of the sector. Today, we're going to explore how the strengthening of policies and regulation in this sector can promote private investment, improving the coverage and efficiency of these essential services. Through success stories and international experiences, we'll analyze incentives, regulatory models, and contractual schemes that have attracted investment and improved water source management. For this purpose, we have a panel of experts who will share their vision and experience on the subject. Our first panelist is Rita Amaral, Executive Director of Lis Water, the Lisbon International Water Center, with more than 13 years of experience in public policy, regulation, and asset management in the water and sanitation sector. She has advised the government of Portugal in its national strategy and coordinated initiatives such as the Regua/SLAC program, benefiting regulators in Latin America and the Caribbean. In addition, she has represented Portugal in international forums, including the UN General Assembly. Her work focuses on strengthening governance and creating regulatory frameworks that encourage private investment in the sector. Thank you so much for participating in this panel, Rita. Our next panelist is Rodrigo Farias Flores, expert in market regulation and public services with extensive experience in water and sanitation sector. Currently, he is a studies and innovation analyst at the Chilean Superintendence of Sanitary Services, where he has led strategic projects to strengthen the regulation and efficiency of the sector. With more than 15 years of experience, he has worked in consulting, market analysis, and process optimization, advising on pricing, demand projection, and economic regulation. Additionally, he has combined his technical work with teaching in Chilean universities, contributing to training in economics and management of public utilities. Thank you so much for participating in this panel, Rodrigo. Our next panelist is Veronica Sanchez de Cruz Rios, Director President of Brazil's National Water and Basic Sanitation Agency, ANA. With a solid track record in the public sector, she has held key positions in the Ministry of Integration and Regional Development, the Civil House of the Presidency, and the Ministry of Planning, where she led investment promotion strategies and public policy development for infrastructure. Her experience in water regulation, financing, and governance positions has her as one of the main references in the management of the water sector in Brazil. Thank you very much for participating in this panel, Veronica. Our next panelist is Mauro Orlando Gutierrez Martinez, an economist with a distinguished career in regulation and supervision of public utilities. He is currently chairman of the board of directors of SUNAS, Peru's National Superintendency of Sanitation Services. With extensive experience in strategic planning and regulation, he has held key positions in the Ministry of Transport and Communications, the Ministry of Production, and the National Center for Strategic Planning. In addition, he has been an advisor to international organizations such as CEPAL or ECLAC and the World Bank. His vision combines economic, regulation, and public policies to strengthen the sustainability and efficiency of the water and sanitation sector. Thank you so much for participating in this panel, Mauro. Our next panelist is Paula Maria dos Santos, who works in the Inter-American Bank of Development with over 20 years of economic private policy financing. She has worked in multiple projects in institutional development in Brazil and the Caribbean with a focus on sustainable infrastructure. She was the manager of the Structural Department of BID in Brazil. She worked as a Secretary of Economic Counseling for the Ministry of Treasury, as well as a member of the Council for Administration of the Bank of Brazil. She has a master's in public administration from the University of Columbia and economist from the University of Brasilia. Thank you so much for participating in this panel, Pablo. The universal access to water and sanitation is still a challenge in many countries. And to overcome this challenge, it is fundamental to have clear policies and a sound regulatory framework that provides confidence to investors and ensures efficient, sustainable services. Regulation not only defines the rules of the game, but also influences the ability to attract financing, establish effective management models, and ensure service expansion to the most vulnerable populations. In this panel, we will explore how governance and regulation can be catalysts for private investment, reviewing success stories and lessons learned. Now, to kick off the discussion, let's move on to questions for our panelists. Let us begin with Rita. From your experience in the design of public policies and regulation of water and sanitation services, what are the main elements that sound regulatory framework should include to attract private investment without compromising sustainability and equity in access to water? Thank you so much, IBD, for this invitation, and I would like to comment on some key elements. And I would start with stability and predictability of the rules of the game. This is fundamental. We know, and for the investor knowing that there is something that might change in the regulatory framework, the calculation formula of the tariffs, for example, there are some key elements that can be stable, that investments can be recovered, and the costs can be recognized. A second key element, which is a challenge in many countries, and that is the regulatory autonomy, the way that the regulating agencies design, they have to guarantee that there's capacity to make technical decisions in a fundamented way and that these decisions will be respected. A third key element is a mechanism for discovery of risks that is well designed. That is how these risks are shared between the private operator and the state. That is how we're going to handle the risks of regulating the demand, for example, or the change in regulatory framework. We have to guarantee that the investors are at ease, that if there's a significant regulatory change, then there's a way to cover the difference. Another element is the return rate, of course. It has to be attractive. It has to be fair but attractive, and it can even be differential in cases of greater risk where you have to invest more. That might even generate more incentives to attract that kind of participation. Another key element is having a clear mechanism to guarantee subsidies to people of lower income. We have to guarantee that this subsidy is covered. This is a state responsibility, and this should not affect the sustainability of the actor or the capacity of people to access these services. Another element that is also key is the clear and transparent communication. And here the lawmakers have a clear and key hold to communicate the real performance of the sector in a very transparent way, communicating and explaining the why and the differences by showing where the services are provided well and where they need improvement for the rates, so that there's never a bad interpretation, for example, on behalf of the press, that can also generate rejection from the population. One last element that I would like to highlight: it is very important to guarantee in the contracts to include indicators that measure the aspects of long-term sustainability. And we see that in several contracts where, for example, we would say that you have to give over at the end of the concession, you have to offer the structure in proper conditions. There are indicators that can be measured that verify that the structure is in good conditions. Indicators that measure not only the traditional ones that measure, for example, losses of water or short-term performance, but also a way to measure this patrimonial value and to guarantee that the renewal of this infrastructure is done sustainably. Thank you so much, Rita, for this comprehensive outlook on the sector's regulation. Rodrigo, let's continue with you as an expert in economic regulation for water services. What regulatory mechanisms have proven to be the most effective to improve financial management and for operators in water and sanitation without overloading or generating excessive tariffs? Well, first of all, I would like to thank IBD for the invitation. So to be very timely and not overload the tariffs, we have to have a clear technical component. That's what we've had in Chile. The calculation of the rate was done with a type of a system that is done in Chile that is based on scientific evidence from a economist from the University of Chicago who actually won a Nobel Prize. So the level of detail, this law has hundreds of pages, and the level of technical detail is very precise, and this allows to reduce the symmetry of information. I mean, as you know, the level of economic regulation, the literature, the main problem is the symmetry of information. So when you look at the details, that discretionality is reduced. In fact, the water and sanitation sector in Chile, the company, they proposed a study of rates and the regulator as well, and so they compared their studies. So the level of detail in the hydric study model, each study has a lot of detail with a lot of academic information and economic study, technical studies. So this helps a lot. And if there's no agreement, then there's a commission of experts. There's an expert that is designated by the operator, another designated by the legislator, and there's a third list from the regulator and from the operator. The regulator and the operator, therefore, are both protected. So if we go to something more specific, the financial aspect, is clear that this tariff, this rate, covers the cost of the entire service. On top of that, the profitability, which by law has to be at least 7%. And we're also considering the self-financing. So in the rate, we have the OPEX, the CAPEX, and the flow throughout time that is included, the cash flow for the operator. Another key aspect is the subsidy for those who cannot afford the basic rate. And if this model has worked and it has allowed to be expanded to the scope of developed countries, we have had some problems, of course, because of the lack of reinvestment in infrastructure, so it can be improved. But now we can say, okay, in this model, we can correct this, and there's a big opportunity to implement this in the best way, such as, for example, in Peru, that has its law for the updated model. And regarding the operating model, we have the carrot and the stick model. The a stick would be that the system sanctions. That is, there's a fine. The operator has to provide service 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And the water is drinkable and it complies with all the standards. And if it does not, then the regulator can fine the operator. And so that is ensured. That's why there's a high technical component, and the standards are high in these developed countries. There is an issue in the regulatory framework. There's environmental frameworks, legal frameworks. So if these are not respected, then there's a sanction and a fine. And that needs to be complied with, unlike other countries where the issue is that if the operator is public, then, well, there's a political aspect. They cannot be on the same political party, etc. In Chile, this is respected. And the carrot, the price, so to speak, is that the rate recognizes the entire cost of service, and profitability, and self-financing on top of that. Thank you so much, Rodrigo, for this detail in the Chilean framework, the self-financing model, and the incentives. Thank you. Now, Veronica, Brazil. I'm going to switch to Portuguese. Brazil has undertaken several reforms in the last few years. From your point of view, what are the main advancements that took place, and which ones still need to happen to consolidate this area? Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for the invitation. In fact, in the last 5 years in Brazil, we've had a very big transformation in this area of basic sanitation based on the reform of the regulatory framework. So 2020, the legislation has been approved with the objective of approving investment in sanitation and We have had goals that have been set till 2033, where we seek the universalization of service to 2033. 2020, we have to reach this objective. We have to have legal safety for the investors, legal security, and for private participation to grow in this sector. A sector that was dominated by public companies with little investment capacity and that had an investment of 1% per year. And also, we need to have the observation in terms of the services that the population is going to receive. So these services have to maintain a level of quality, with the objective of including the entire population, even the areas that are rural, the parts of the city where we have the favelas in Brazil. So for these places, there's a very poor population, and so that the service can reach this population. So the private participation in the sector to be able to transfer all this problem that we have. So last year we have had an investment with big contracts signed, and we now have a new regulatory framework, and all of this is very important. And the big challenge is to improve the regulation. Brazil has 20 states or 27 states, so we have to improve the quality of the laws. The agencies have to improve the quality of their regulation, of their policies, so these can be properly audited and understand what is the best for the population. We have to apply sanctions when it is necessary, and we have to guarantee the protection of services. So one of the risks would be the need to have institutional stability so that the contracts can actually be done for a long period of time, for up to 30 years. And this is important for a federal level, for a state level, and the contracts they have to be clear contracts with clear rules so that there can be real investment and the impressions that the investment can have their returns guaranteed. So it's important for the rate, for this to guarantee returns, and the service must be a service of good quality that is completed within the term of the contract. These are elements that we consider very important, and in Brazil, a strategy is to view the issue of regionalization of services. We see that the municipalities are the ones that need to provide the service, but in many municipalities in Brazil, they have less than 50,000 inhabitants, so they are small. But we have several municipalities in Brazil, several administrative areas, with a type of association that can be foreseen and viable economically, to be able to guarantee a rate, and so that the population can pay for this system that was received. So we have to stimulate, and we have to create concessions for these blocks so that we can finally have services that all citizens can have access to with the subsidy. And this is something that's already been contemplated in the Agency of Water and Sanitation, in terms of how there can be a subsidy between the users of the system. So the public part offers this support at the same price of service, which allows the users to have access, especially those who are of low income, and so everyone can access this service based on the Brazilian legislation. Thank you so much. This is very important, and these contracts for up to 30 years would actually be something very important. Thank you, Mauro. Let's move on to you. From your leadership in the Peruvian sector, what strategies have been the most effective to strengthen the governance in water, and what learning experiences can be applicable in other countries where they seek to attract private investment? First of all, thank you so much, Maria Eduarda and IBD, for the invitation, and all the speakers. I want to offer my greeting from Adrasa, because right now this is the entity where that is being presided over. I think that a lot of elements in terms of self-regulating entities that are critical for the encouraging investments have been mentioned. The previsibility of decisions and the transparency of decisions is another important element. In the case of Peru, as you know, we still have an investment gap that is very significant. In the case of water, we're talking about 120 billion soles, which is about $30 to $40 billion of what is still needed. But it is also true that private investment in the last few years has not moved at the expected speed. If we look at Latin America and the general evolution of the participation of private investment in the region, it is going slower than, for example, in Asia. So the question is what's happening. With the exception of Brazil, the speed of investment, private investment in water and sanitation, has been reducing, and Peru is no exception to this. So one of the questions answers to whether better regulations are necessary, but maybe also procedures of greater agility, and how we can help in this process to accelerate the process of investment. An important element from regulation is, first, the need to identify and even give an opinion on these being not binding opinions. So the technical opinion on the technical feasibility of a project, there's whether or not there is a significant basis for its sustainability, basically identifying the big white elephant and identifying the time frame and how sustainable it might be according to what was designed. Another important element is having clear rules in assigning the rates. This helps respect the component of financing of the investment. So evidently, in many cases, we're not going to think, and this happens in the Peruvian case, not all PPPs can be self-financed, but the binding component to the rate has to be something that we can foresee, and so that it can be connected to the proper type of financing. But this has to be part of a framework where we can have a projectable return of investment. I think that in the case of Peru, we need not only a prioritization of investment, but also triggers that allow us to move forward. The problem that we often face is the fact that we have clear ideas on the project, but the execution takes a long time, or the decision takes a long time to be issued. And the mechanisms that we mentioned as adequate for private investment end up being longer, and we end up looking for other mechanisms. It happens so much that in region we now see government-to-government contracts that appear as a substitution to these mechanisms as a solution for the need of investment. So the question is, why can we not accelerate investment and create better incentives to attract private investment in the region? In the Peruvian case, the positive experience have been that the regulating entity, when they propose a contract as a proposal, they analyze in detail the foreseeability of the demand and the impact. I think this is an important element because it allows, and oftentimes the regulators or lawmakers become very pessimistic, but seeing the level of return is an important element to consider. And in terms of the technical solution that is provided, we need to go with the most convenient one. And I think another problem that we have faced, and this is another one of those things that is going to be discussed, is how we can encourage investment in different technologies to the ones that we have right now here. because unlike the Chilean case where there's a full concession in the entire system, we have invited the private participation in the subcomponents of the network. So in these cases, many of the challenges that we face now is how to reach areas, for example, the pre-urban areas, and definitely in these areas, the way that we reach it is going to have to be different. We're going to have to create different mechanisms. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mauro, for sharing the Peruvian model, its challenges and lessons learned. Finally, Pablo, based on your experience from IBD and the structuring of PPPs, what do you think are the main bottlenecks in the regulation that need to be overcome to attract sustainable private investment in drinking water and sanitation projects, specifically in a context with limited managing capacities? Well, thank you so much, Maria Lourdes. It was a pleasure to be here, and I think that the answer is in what my colleagues have already said. So when we start from the proposal of PPP in a country, the first thing that we try to identify are the sources of the project survey. That is where we're going to be able to find the money that is going to pay for the infrastructure that has to be built to provide the service. In general, what happens is that in many places, people are willing to pay for the service, but there is an institutional environment of extreme lack of trust. There's oftentimes problems with the quality of service from the previous service providers that often are inefficient public companies, or in some cases inefficient private entities. And when the institutional environment is fixed and they make it possible to generate income that is going to be paid for the infrastructure, then everything that comes after becomes much easier. In this sense, regulation is fundamental, because regulation and all the elements that were mentioned here, which are stability, risks, autonomy, the autonomy of the regulator, all the other elements are going to give safety and stability to the income for the PPP and for the concessions, as well as other contexts. And we can also work, and there are success cases with public enterprises, as long as these companies have a good governance and can efficiently make it so that these resources are translated into good services. Having said this, there is an element which I think Rita mentioned, which is the element of communication. And this is true not only for water and sanitation, this is true for all public services. Once the state has achieved making these investments more concrete, experienced these investments, and after a few years people get used to the service, they forget what it was like before. So this permanent communication of saying, yes, we are trying to technically find the adequate rate for everyone who participates so that they can get the proper and necessary return. We have to remember, we have to permanently remind people this. And so I see some concessionary holders that don't give this issue its due attention, and this can generate problems in regulation and problems in the lack of stability in the survey and financial problems for the concessionary holder and a drop in the quality of services. That's it.
Thank you for stressing the communication part. Before closing this panel, I'd like to make a couple of more questions for the panelists. Rita, first of all, let's begin with you, Rita. An additional question. In partnership with Adrasa, Lisbon, and the IDB, we're generating a tool for self-evaluation of investors. It's a benchmarking tool. I'd like to understand, or please share your views on how this water golf tool helped to improve the regulatory frameworks and strengthen the regulatory agencies to attract private capital. This tool for regulatory enhancement, known as WaterGov, results from the need to strengthen the regulatory framework in countries. So it is an innovative tool globally, which allows any country or region to measure its state of maturity in the sector vis-a-vis a referential good practices model built with 600 good practices based on lessons learned in different parts of the world. This allows regulators to make their own self-evaluation under this model, which measures for large areas, first of all, the institutionality of the sector, the way responsibilities are shared, the legal framework, the funding mechanisms, etc., the governance of the regulator, its capability to make decisions, and its mandate, the way it exercises this autonomy, the accountability mechanisms, how this regulation is implemented in practice from the economic point of view, service quality, and the different regulatory instruments. So with this diagnosis, given this referential model, we have a set of visual dashboards which allow us to understand where we need to improve or where is room for improvement. And here we define action plans with actions not only from the regulator, but also from other sector organizations, so that we can engage in improvement processes and guide the implementation of these actions. This is also due to the fact that we have this referential tool. This allows us to carry out regulatory benchmarking on the regulatory performance. We're not measuring the performance between service mechanisms. We are measuring regulation, how regulation is being undertaken in different countries. And I believe that this will be an increasingly important element that will result in changes and will allow for the exchange of experience between or among countries. It is a tool that is already being used by more than 30 countries in 4 continents that started here in this region as a result of a strategic alliance, including Adrasa, which is led by the regulator of SUNAS. And we have been working in the past 5 years in a collaborative work to strengthen these policies and regulation in the different countries. Strengthening policies and regulations means strengthening the conditions to attract the sustainable engagement of private partners. Thank you, Rita. Rodrigo, I have an additional question for you. What are the key aspects to replicate Chile's experience in the water and sanitation sector so that other Latin American countries can reach indicators in more developed countries. I would like to say that is having a detailed regulatory framework based on scientific evidence. This regulatory framework, this very robust framework, has been there for 35 years. It provides stability. It hasn't been changed, even though there have been ideas to reform it, reducing discretionality with technical excellence, with academic calculations, high standards. We establish rates that are comparable to those of more developed countries. For instance, the case of WASLAC, if we compare what happened in other countries, the autonomy of the regulator, the appointment of the superintendent in Chile, regardless of the political cycle. So this increases stability. I think it is about decision-making with regard to public policy making in the country, so that we have both self-funding. The law says 7% as a minimum, and 20 years ago it was much higher. Professor Aldo Gonzalez has a paper that said it was 8.6%. We're talking about the cost of capital rate, but it went down to 7%, but the law ensures a minimum of 7% to the operators, also subsidies for the poorest populations. And despite the fact that these laws were enacted at the end of the 80s or early 90s, there is a possibility to make changes if the assumption changes. For instance, if there is a drought, the company will recognize the efficient work. But even though this happened many years ago, we can incorporate new variables, and this is quite relevant. We have heard the experience of other countries. For instance, there is an indigenous community, and there is a win-win situation. They pay high costs for water, for scarce water, but if they had the private participation, they would have better quality water and cheaper water, but they oppose that, or they object to that. Thank you, Rodrigo. Very important points have been mentioned, such as the challenge of universal access and also guaranteeing innovations or innovation investment. I wanted to ask the three panelists, Pablo, Veronica, and Mauro, what contractual mechanisms are important to ensure this universal access for the poorest populations and guarantee investments in innovation. I will begin now. I believe that an important mechanism would be that all contracts or all countries in South America should consider readjusting the climate differences. In Brazil, we have the National Water Research Agency, which indicates the measurement of the water availability in Brazil and the longer droughts. There are also extreme climate events in certain parts of the country, and this implies the need to adapt infrastructures and increase investment to have more resilient infrastructures during droughts and floods if there are extreme events, mainly in big cities. This should be included in the contracts. We should anticipate this. Now we're doing that in Brazil, so including provisions in future contracts. So we need to change these infrastructures to guarantee this resilience. Another topic that has been applied in Peru and Chile was referred to the reutilization of water. The use of treated water for industries or for the hydroelectric plants, not for human consumption. We cannot waste water that could be used for other purposes. This guarantees a more intelligent use of water and prevents losses. I think that these are innovation points that should be included in contracts for upcoming years. Veronica. I think that the innovation and technological change that we are witnesses cannot be denied. And the question here would be how contracts incorporate this and how will this be done in future years. I believe that there are contracts where the intention has been to have full contracts, and sometimes we believe that the transaction cost will be too high to make the changes. It is important to analyze what are the incentives in the contracts. For instance, Lima. In Lima, we have problems regarding the access to water. How can we innovate water-saving mechanisms in our contracts, and how this element can be in the hands of the concession holder and in the concession grantor? This is in line with the incentives, and there is an important challenge to incorporate this and how to stimulate the incorporation of these innovations. I believe that this is our first challenge. Second, I believe that it all depends on how the concessions are structured. We need to be ready to accept new technologies. When we introduce new technologies in peri-urban areas, the technology is not the most appropriate one, and sometimes it is difficult to accomplish this provision. The question is, how can we deliver this service? And this is not clear in the regulatory framework. Sometimes the regulations are very rigid, and we need to incorporate this aspect because these new mechanisms with higher risks need to be included in the contract. So I believe that this is one of the elements that should be considered in order to embrace these innovations. And one of the closing points would be that we need to rethink on these considerations because we are in a context of significant changes. There are very important changes to come, and we should analyze how we will adapt the regulatory behavior and the sponsorship or promotion of investments in this framework. Mauro. Talking about vulnerable populations, how to guarantee access. Once again, I would like to talk about the funding issue. These are tariff structures that allow users with higher incomes to fund the access of more vulnerable groups. This is what happens in practice, but when we read the documents out there, it is mentioned that financially speaking, it wouldn't be the most efficient solution. Using co-funding to facilitate access of the most vulnerable groups so as not to affect the rates. But we are in a challenging fiscal context, and in practice, this never happens. So at the end of the day, we are left with a second best. And given the conditions that were mentioned here regarding a good autonomy level of the agencies, we can mitigate the negative effects of this cross-subsidy structure that can lead to rates that do not reflect the financial cost of the service. So the good regulators are always concerned about this, that the rate needs to reflect the financial cost of the service provision, and cross-subsidies make the situation complex. However, this has facilitated in the water and electricity sectors universal access to services. Great. Thank you, Pablo. I wanted to thank you all. Thank you, Rodrigo, Rita, Pablo, Veronica, and Mara, for sharing your experience in the water and sanitation regulatory models in Chile, Portugal, Brazil, and Peru. And these models have been able to attract private investment. And thank you for sharing the information about possible reforms and challenges to incorporate information into the contracts and to increase access of the most vulnerable groups. Thank you to the public for their participation as well. Thank you to all our panelists for sharing their vision and experience. Please stand up for the official picture.
Les recordamos que pueden todavía
We want to remind you that you can visit the fair located in the foyer of the 4th floor. We'll take a couple of minutes in the coffee break in the registration area and the plenary session. Please remember to leave your headsets on the seats, and we will resume this session in 10 minutes. that are waiting for you. We're ready to continue with the agenda. Good afternoon, everybody. Everybody present in the second day of this forum. Special greetings to our online audience by YouTube. After this pause, we're ready to resume the meeting. We will begin with the first of the last three plenary sessions. Measuring for learning, evaluating economic and impact. Analyzing this is critical to their continuous improvement in the long term. In this panel, the specialist will present metrics and instruments that allow to measure the value generated in infrastructure, services, and community development. We invite Tomas Serebrisky, Infrastructure and Energy Sector Manager, IDB, and his panelists. Go ahead, please.
Bueno.
Good afternoon. We are starting a panel where we will look at measuring PPPs and their impact. I'd like to recall the words of our Executive Vice President in the opening remarks, where he said or asked, why do we engage in PPPs? Probably there is a bias in the case of resource mobilization and the number of projects and volume of investment, but our aim is to improve access and quality and accessibility, bring quality services to the users. So today we have an expert panel. We have Luis del Carpio, who is the Executive Director of ProInversión, Ayana Campbell, Manager Public-Private Partnerships and Privatization Services Development Bank of Jamaica, Alessandro Maffioli, General Director of Development Effectiveness, IDB Invest, Juan Manuel Sanchez Mediole, Director General of Concessions of the Ministry of Public Works, and Leni Roca, President of the Association for the Promotion of National Infrastructure, Peru. So before we start with the questions, I'd like to change the dynamics, probably not read the bios, which are quite extensive. Probably ask you before answering the question that you can tell us about you. Why are you motivated by PPPs? Why do you want to measure the impact of PPPs? So I would begin with Luis. In ProInversión, you are innovating, creating a new unit of data for measuring impact. If you can tell us about this experience, what are the perspectives of this unit? In 2023, please, but first tell us about your motivation. A son of mine asked me, what do you do at work? It was a friend of mine. He said to me, what do you do in your work? I look at PPPs. He's a policeman, so he didn't understand what I was saying. I tried to explain that as though he was a child. I told him, your phone uses internet. Look at the electricity supply. Those are PPPs. Remember when we traveled? When we were traveling in the airports that are operating, the roads along which we travel, and he said, when we go to the highlands, are those PPPs? No, they're not PPPs. And when we go to another location, those are PPP highways. And what else do you do? We look at things that work and are sustainable. And then I told him about the Quelab booths, and I told him those are PPPs. And then he said, tell me about stories that are not related to PPPs. And I told him, in Peru, things that work well are linked to PPPs. And I am quite proud to be part of this effort. I have been working in ProInversión for 15 years and my whole life in this system. When I graduated from high school, there was the privatization in 95-96. I was 21 years old. I was working at the COPRI, and I always knew that there is no way to achieve development without private investment. Private investment is the driving force of development in Peru, and I think it has protected us when things went wrong. Private investment always worked well. We tried to move away from the paternalistic state, and there are challenges, of course. And why do I like PPPs? Because of the holistic or 360 approach. I don't know how it works in your countries, but in my country, it is very interesting to inaugurate works. There are many political gains when you inaugurate works. When we think about PPPs, it is about being mature. When I speak with some people and they ask me, when will your project be ready in 2030? And they say, no, I'm not interested. Wouldn't you have something else to do? And I say, a road, a highway. When we talk about being mature, I think that in Peru, we have grown. We're not worried about short-term efforts. I believe that sometimes we feel happy or satisfied with miracles in Peru. We think that somebody is going to come along and do a miracle. If somebody promises a train for next year, I will believe that. And PPPs respond to this maturity. I was always saying this to Jose Salardi, they're not going to like us because we are not promising things for their personal gain, but we are promising things for their sons, daughters, grandchildren. PPPs will guarantee good infrastructure, and also PPPs is all around us, and this is challenging. When we don't see things, we're not concerned. But when we see PPPs, we think about improvements. I think it is the ideal mechanism to solve the infrastructure gap because it has a long-term view.
Jamaica has a track record in structuring PPPs, pioneer in resilient infrastructure. So what lessons can Jamaica share in evaluation of the social impact, economic and social impact of PPPs?
Thank you, Thomas. And good afternoon, everyone. To answer your first question, what is my motivation and why it is that I enjoy doing PPPs? PPPs is dear to my heart because of the, as you said, the social and economic impact. Even though in Jamaica currently we do not have a standardized or a formal tool that we use to measure PPP, that's where we want to actually, not PPP, but the economic and social impact, that is where we want to go into now. So we do have, however, a rigorous process that we employ in how it is that we develop our PPPs. So from the concept stage, when we're doing our PPPs, we ensure that we understand what success looks like. We define what success is, and so we want to understand what the benefits are that we want to achieve from all of the projects that we do. So while we may not be able to categorize or clearly say what the lessons are, because we are now developing in this area. We have, for the country, the Public Investment Appraisal Branch that screen all public investment projects, including PPPs. And what that do is, at the concept stage, the asset owning entity has the responsibility to indicate whether they have the capacity in-house or if they would have to source it externally to monitor and evaluate social and economic impact. So at the feasibility stage, when the business case is developed, again, the asset owning entity has to go back to the Public Investment Appraisal Branch, and at that stage, they have to do a monitoring and evaluation plan that will show what the targets are, the measurements, the indicators, etc., and the outcomes that they want to achieve in monitoring and evaluation. So from this stage, we're trying to reorient the people, change the mindset to start thinking impact, and more impact, and what this can do for the people and the citizens of the country. So that's one of the areas now that we're looking into in evaluating impact, both socially and economic. As well, we have embedded in our contracts key performance indicators. We have clauses, for instance, we have local content clauses that deals with knowledge transfer. It deals with, for instance, the percentage of local staff to be employed by the concessionaire. Some of these clauses go to the extent of the percentage of locals that should be in managerial and senior positions by a certain time in the concession tenure. So these kind of clauses ensure that we have jobs are being created, ensure that people are being upskilled, and of course inequality is reduced, and of course money is being circulated in the economy from this. So while we may not have the numerical evidence and the measurement metrics for social and economic impact, through the monitoring agencies, we are able to easily access some of the data that we need to do this monitoring. For instance, at the Kingston Container Terminal PPP, prior to the PPP, the staff complement was approximately 800 staff. After the implementation of the PPP and the concessionaire was operating or is operating, we have a doubling of the staff to approximately 1,500. So these are some of the data that we can easily identify, easily measure at this moment, but we are moving into other means of measuring social and economic impact. And let me just mention that at the Development Bank of Jamaica currently, we have recognized the importance and the value that measuring these social and economic impact bring for the country and the people in terms of trust and confidence, etc. And so we are also looking at building out a framework for the entire bank. And from the public-private partnership perspective, from that side, we are looking on the indicators, for instance, the economic indicators, the investment that these PPP bring into the economy, revenues into the economy, etc. So we have the opportunity at this time to incorporate some social impact as well. And finally, I must mention that we are also having some preliminary discussions now with the IDB, and thank you so much, IDB, for this opportunity. And we are going to be able to build out our monitoring evaluation framework as part of their assistance. Thanks.
Right, no, thank you. Bueno, y hablando de medición.
And in terms of measurement and impact, the moderator forgot to do something. I forgot to say that there was a second round of questions that you can vote with the QR code or through WhatsApp. There is a list of questions, and the most voted one will be asked to the panel. You will see them soon on screen. We will continue. Alessandro, you have created, so to speak, the Office for Measuring Impact since IDB Invest was created. What are your reflections, your thoughts on the evolution of measuring the impact of private projects of the IDB project? Thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to start by saying that I am a fortunate person. I love my job. So what we do from my unit in IDB Invest is look at the projects throughout the whole cycle, from the design, looking at the vertical rationale, what is the logic sequence of the effects that we are anticipating through the investment that we are supporting, and the economic and social benefits. For each investment, we conduct an ex-ante economic analysis to look at the net benefit of these investments, including the benefits and social costs of each one of them. We fund these investments, and then we have a monitoring process based on a result matrix where we define the expected outcomes in the short and long run. We monitor the dynamics of the investment evolution, and we finally evaluate all the projects with a final supervision report. And we select them on a representative basis by evaluating the impact in a counterfactic context to be able to attribute the results. This motivates me. What motivates me as well is the evolution of this topic. Measuring the social and economic impacts has a very important accountability element. There are public resources. As a bank, we also engage in this, and we need to ensure that there is a positive net benefit as a return on the investment that we make. Another element that I heard during recent days was to learning quickly. How can we monitor our transactions? How can we learn quickly when a deviation happens or something unexpected? And that motivates me a lot, because I see that we are able to manage our investments dynamic and provide assistance in this regard. How do we do for the private sector? The PPP. We should have always measured the social part of it. In the private sector, there is a business aspect, and there needs to be a return. But what we see is that the world is evolving. We see more private investors that incorporate in their business strategy, in their raison d'être, having a positive social impact. And we need to measure these types of effects, and this becomes important. Why? Because there are many investors that define themselves as impact investors. They look at these investors. We're talking about trillions and billions in investments, investors that are looking at these investments and these projects and improve. This generates an improvement in the operating efficiency if we measure the impact. So we are helping our clients to measure this. In Brazil, we're asked to measure not only the extent of the water and sanitation effort, but also the impact in terms of health or savings in this area. And something else that we are seeing is supporting our counterparty to develop their measurement framework and impact management framework. And we define this as upstream work or working with our counterparties. And finally, I'd like to mention that we are developing a digital platform where we want to share the tools that we use for impact rating, so that you can see how we make decisions we look at the impacts of the investments and how we monitor the relative impact over time so that we can see what is the expected outcome. Stay tuned. These platforms are being tested, and we'd like to share this with many investors. Thank you. Leonie, your turn. I have a question. What is your perspective from the private sector, the need that the public sector adopts lessons, incorporates lessons from the implementation of PPPs in future projects? Well, fantastic. You said that we should share our motivation. In 1996, I was head of the reform of the judiciary. I worked 10 years in the public sector in different entities. We structured a credit at IDB with Aurora Elmer and somebody else, and we failed. When I read the diagnosis that we drafted at that time, all the problems that we didn't solve in 1996 are still there. Problems in the national control system, problems in the procurement system, in terms of budget as well, structural problems, all sorts of problems. So I think that aside from all of the measurement systems that we need to have, evidently in the case of Peru, it would be daring to speak about other countries, but in the case of Peru, the alternative of having a private party that has better aligned incentives, the KPIs are better aligned, and the incentives are there. That is something that works out very well, but the number of incentives in the case of standards, service standards, is undeniable. When we look at the performance of electric distribution companies that continue being public and their capabilities poor and the telephone system fails, and they say, yes, but we're making a lot of money. Of course you are, because you're not making any upgrades and you're not maintaining the systems. So my motivation stems from that. I believe that a country that does not provide basic utilities to their people is a country that has a democracy at risk, because there is uncertainty about your living conditions, so there is the obligation to provide this. And I believe that the effort made in Peru to share with the private sector a segment of the public assets was appropriate. Let me talk about MOP from Chile. I was a bidder, and I always joked that everything was totally organized and you just had to present your ID. So it was different here. And having an agency that structures and looks at the scope of the project and how it will be measured is something very accurate. Having white papers allows for transparency in the case of the concession. What was expected from that and the effort in disseminating results is commendable. There are a couple of things that I want to highlight in the next 45 seconds. The first thing is that the state has had a poor performance in estimating the demand of utilities. A country with the deficits that we have, we are thinking about a capacity for 300,000 people, and then we have 1 million people that need that. We're kind of stingy, and it has to do with the budget restrictions of the Ministry of Economy. If we are going to make an effort, we need to think big. We have a great deficit in terms of using this data for better communication. I read an article that said once the PPP is granted, it stops being PPP. It becomes PP, double P, because the state disappears. So we need to analyze this. Juan Manuel, in recent years, many countries have looked at Chile as the example to be followed. You were one of the first to begin broad programs in different PPP sectors, very innovative. And what I would like to highlight is that at the same time you're trying to learn and improve. An example of this is as a result of the Infrascope output, you want to improve the concession contracts, and also in terms of innovation, also in financial innovation. And I'd like to express my gratitude for allowing us to guide you. What could you say about the 20-year history of PPPs? What have you learned? What are the reflections, and what is improving? Thank you, Thomas, and I will answer the first question. What motivates me? Well, I'm a fan of Universidad Católica of Chile, the soccer team. I will take a phrase of the rival of my team that says, more than a passion, it is a feeling. I am under the impression that we are here because we share the energy to do things. And therefore, by aligning these interests to others, public or private, what drives us is to achieve things quickly, as soon as possible. And if we make mistakes, we can correct those mistakes as soon as possible as well. I think that the key element here is to sort out the questions in the right order. And I believe that this infrastructure model was introduced in the Chilean politics in the 90s. After the dictatorship, there were very high poverty indexes. We had the idea that our economy had to open up to the world. This was normal in the 90s. And now we're discussing if we are going to close or open our borders. I'm not going to discuss this today. I can discuss soccer, of course. What was required to have economic opening was to improve the logistics supply of the country. We needed to have better airports, roads, and therefore we need to answer the first question of all: what is the country we want to have? We look at the portfolio, we share the stats, what type of projects we want. However, we need, or they need to answer to a development rationale of the country after 30 years. This year it'll be 32 years after the first concession. Of course, in 2019 we have a social crisis with the increase of the underground train fares that was increased to 30 pesos. It was not 30 pesos, it was 30 years. And it was 30 years of the Chilean concession system. And we were able to assume other challenges that are closely related to the insertion in the territory, the capacity to access local development, and there was a cost for that. This requires a long-term view. These are not projects that can be easily structured. They require a high level of specialization. I was talking about this in the morning with ProInversión executives. We are convinced that this is a good way to improve the living conditions. However, they don't like us, and the question is, why is that? I think that there is a gap with the world of politics, and we need to accept this because we obtain data from the concession agreements. We can process it and communicate it, And when we want to measure the impact, we never have the right parameter. So I think it is worthwhile to move forward, because when we have airports, the primary network of airports in Chile is under concession. If we are not able to measure what is the difference, we lose sight of the context and we pay the cost of that. I don't know if we have time left, because we have like 1 more minute. I don't know what was the result of the poll. Clearly number 2. So if you have a couple of minutes to answer this question, what methodologies do you use? Which ones would you like to use or develop with the data unit that you're creating? In 2023, ProInversión realized something. There was a lack of baselines. We didn't have reliable data. I had many friends that were researchers that found it difficult to find these figures. 20 years have gone by in the case of PPPs, and every now and then there were documents drafted by professionals that were questioning the effectiveness of PPPs, but we didn't have any scientific evidence except from some isolated efforts from some professionals. José Luis Bonifaz from Panama, I would listen him to speak about this topic with Tito Urunaga, with the IDB, and in 2023, ProInversión created its unit, its stats unit, with publications on the impact of PPPs, publishing research work that had an impact, evaluating the impact of projects such as roads and airports, asking whether the Salaverry port was worthwhile, and we started looking at it after the pandemic. Everything was wrong, and the Salaverry port had a social fund, and it was used to build a hospital. And in 2023, we wanted to see what happened. And we discovered, after a very deep analysis conducted by professionals at ProInversión, we verified that we saved the lives of 200 people with this hospital. Without the help of the private sector to build this hospital, that wouldn't have been possible. Also, with the jungle highway, we saw that the number of deaths had been reduced severely and sustainably. We have not stopped, and we have the 2022, 2023, and 2024 annual report. We believe that what cannot be evaluated or measured lacks sense. We need to make data more credible. We will continue to strengthen this aspect, and we will soon have our indexed journal as a result of 2 years of research. However, there is a long road ahead, and we are focused on having solid information. But mainly it is about disseminating this and translating research that are complex and doing this in a simple way so that the citizens can understand it, and for the decision makers as well to insist on what is valuable. What cannot be measured and evaluated, it cannot be valued. Ayana?
We're not actively or active in this area in terms of evaluating social and economic impact. I'm unable to say what is the most effective tool. Nonetheless, I believe that sourcing data to measure this impact is a big challenge for most countries, and maybe a cost implication that is attached to that as well. both from the government side and from the concessionaire side. So if it is that we're going to be requesting additional information from the concessionaire, there might be an administrative cost that's associated with this. And from the government side, there is human resources that you may need to analyze these data. So we may have to look at this, how do we gather this, or get the sources for these data. So I know we could get from the concessionaires, from the contracts, as well as we could look at the regulators to see, because some of this information is already required by the regulators. For example, ICAO, who regulate airports, they require from the concessionaire information regarding service standard, noise nuisance in communities, etc. So we could rely on some of these information as data sources and be able to do some evaluation as well, just to begin the whole monitoring and evaluation process. So I am unable to say what is the most effective method, but I think these are some of the things that the countries can consider.
Great, thanks. Alessandro?
Alessandro, I think that in terms of methodology, to define the real impact of public investment, I think there are good standards. In the case of PPPs, I think that there are good practices. First of all, we have the challenge of generating the data. And I would say that the more we work to standardize the way these results are measured so that they can be shared, having benchmarks, what is not measured cannot be managed. But if I measure differently from somebody else, it'll be difficult to see if I'm doing things well or not. Apply a criteria to monitor everything consistently with a theory of change from diagnosis to the actions that you need to implement with short-term and long-term outcomes. PPPs have an additional challenge because the results can be seen in the long run. So this requires a long-term investment to generate data. The good news is that there are other ways of sourcing. For instance, satellite data and administrative data that can allow us to measure this and complement this and monitor all the investments according to this theory of change with a more rigorous impact assessment methodology that can select specific cases that are representative. Let's think about how we can work together to produce more solid interventions. Thank you. I'd like to mention that in the IDV's PPP's network, we have a network that produces all of these studies. I'd like to thank all the agencies with which we can work to measure the impact of the different PPPs. Leni, any reflections? I would like to say three very quick things. First of all, reiterate the contrafactual aspect. We have a large part of the state involved in these projects. We have highways in very poor state that cause the deaths of many people. And data gives an idea to the people. It not only evaluates the performance of a PPP, it is also helpful to communicate to people. People need to know what's going on when there is a transport strike and the drivers do not want to pay tolls. We should share with them the savings they are gaining with the tolls. We need to include that in our discourse, and we should stop inflating the figures. Probably there are troubles like not getting the right license, and we need to ensure that the indicators set should be complied with, and this follow-up is not done in the state and the concession holder doesn't do anything about it. Thank you. I agree with you, Leonie. Along the same lines, if we have the order, what is the country that we want, what is the infrastructure that we want, and what is the source of financing, we would be able to know what was the best decision when we choose if it's a PPP or direct works. I would say that the way to measure the cost benefit, that it is about monetizing the benefits of a certain infrastructure. You will do something very relevant and you will have a baseline. However, other evaluations emerge, which are very important. In Chile, we have the check and balance with the Ministry of Social Development that evaluates investments. Therefore, we know which are the pertinent ones and what is the right deadline, as well as the fiscal space. That includes the valuation of the economic impact, and this could be measured as well. It is possible to measure if there is fiscal space for the direct works or if we need to find an investment from the private sector. As you were saying, Leonie, we should communicate better, and it would be a great relief because if we use this tool, it'll help us to communicate better. For instance, the case of the Chilean concession law, I am leading the team to manage this law. We do not look at all the PPP projects, we look at the BOT ones. There is a contract, the state is part of it, and the infrastructure is public. When there is a hospital that has trouble with the equipment is not owned by the concessionaire, it is owned by the state. The funding is from the private sector, and we also require more transparency. We are moving towards a form of a free flow mode. We have 14 routes, and we have a very complex mechanism to understand this as a system, and we are moving forward with the launching of a unified payment website. It will show the costs, what is more convenient in the network circuit to go to the airport, for instance, and also the responsibility of companies to show typologies regarding the accounts themselves. This would be beneficial so that the users can plan their travel and obtain transparent information to know how much they're paying in exchange for what when they pay the toll. Thank you so much for participating, for your reflections, and for the perspectives that you are sharing with us on how to improve the impact evaluation in the case of PPPs. And let's move on to the next panel.
We want to thank our panelists and we invite them to take the protocol photo. Go ahead, please.
Muchísimas gracias. Nos despedimos con un fuerte aplauso.
Thank you so much, and let us say goodbye with a round of applause. This way, please.
Thank you very much.
Hasta luego. Director.
Bien, antes de continuar con...
Before we continue with the next and last panel of this plenary session, it is important to remind the attendees that registered for tomorrow's visits to please bring your identification document. It will be indispensable, especially it is important to remember that the buses will be available in front of the hotel at 7:30 a.m. based on whatever project you selected, and if you still want to register, the visits that are still available are to the Salok Central Warehouse and the EBT Group Hospital. We ask you to go to the foyer of this hotel. It's also important to remind you that on the fourth floor you will still find the fair displaying Peruvian craftsmanship. As you have seen, the last panel of today's afternoon is challenges and opportunities for the future for PPPs in Latin America. That is right, Alberto. In this session, we will have the participation of the ministers, directors, secretaries, who will tackle the challenges and opportunities that are most relevant in the implementation of PPPs in Latin America. They are going to share their experiences in public policies, legal frameworks, attracting investment, and planning infrastructure that is sustainable. To moderate this panel, we will have with us Mr. Tomas Serebriski, who is the General Manager for Infrastructure and Energy for IBD. We will now welcome our panelists onto the stage.
Comenzamos. Bueno, comenzamos la
Okay, so now we're about to begin the last plenary session for PPP Americas 2025 with a very distinguished panel of authorities that, well, I am going to briefly introduce you.
Christopher Coy, Minister of State in the Ministry of Finance of Belize. Bueno, empiezo por la otra punta, creo que lo conozco.
I will start on the other end. I think you know this person. Juan Manuel Sanchez, the General Director of Concessions of Chile. Marcos Cavalcanti, Special Secretary of the Program of Association of Investment of the Civil House of the Presidency of Republic from Brazil. Minister José Luis Andrade Alegre, Minister of Public Works in Panama. Natalia Resender, Secretary of Environment, Infrastructure, Logistics of the Government of São Paulo, Brazil. And Emerson Castro, who is the General Director of the Policy for Promotion of Advanced Investment, Ministry of Economy and Finances in Peru. I want to transmit, and most likely you're going to do this yourself, that Minister Salardi, due to scheduling conflicts, was unable to attend the session. And this is a single question, really. This is less of a question and more of the fact that each one of the panelists should give us one final thought on what the learning from these couple of days might have been, but especially from the upcoming agenda for the public and private associations, the challenges. How do you imagine the public and private associations the future, the PPPs of the future. What do we have to improve? What barriers do you face in your day-to-day, and which ones you would like to not have? Of course, to have more public and private associations and better ones. Finally, because of scheduling conflict and because he needs to go to the airport as soon as possible, I will give Minister Koi the floor so that you can leave for the airport as soon as possible. Please go ahead.
In looking at the experience of Belize, we have a very limited level of experience. Belize is essentially in its nascent stage so far as the establishment of PPPs in our country. I would say in the context of the Latin America and the Caribbean, we would probably be more similar to the islands of the Caribbean, where we have a problem of scale, size. So where you see more PPPs flourishing would be in the larger islands, like let's say Jamaica and Trinidad. But in the case of Belize, with the other islands, we have a difficulty in terms of size and institutional capacity, as well as technical capacity. The main challenges that we face include simply having that expertise to develop PPPs, having experience in project finance, and lastly, the matter of finance. The cost of capital represents a challenge, but because of the scale, the absence of a developed capital market makes it more difficult for us to progress in that arena. Notwithstanding that, I think there are answers, there are solutions to push through against those challenges. In the case of finance, which is of primary significance for us, I think it's important that we look at how we gain blended finance. In many of the social and economic infrastructure development works that we look at, it involves climate resiliency building, and so looking at how do we bring in climate finance to help blending the cost of capital, bringing down the cost of capital represents one of those solutions. And then, of course, in the area of institutional strengthening and in the area of building technical expertise, the support of IDB and its technical assistance represents an important part of giving us an opportunity to take advantage of public-private partnerships in the context of overall fiscal and debt management.
And just a follow-up before you go, just thank you for the joint work for the institutional strengthening, setting up the law, the PPP law, and institution. Like what projects or the first couple of projects that you would like to see materialize in the next few years?
Well, we're actively working with the IDB on two of those projects. One is in transportation. In fact, both of them are transportation related. Utilizing the model of the CREMA contract, but we are trying to look at a variation of that type of CREMA contract where we develop the proper incentive structures or incentive mechanisms. In our national transportation master plan, what we identified certainly was our transportation network is of relatively low quality, and that relates directly to construction. So how do we incentivize better construction of our roads? We felt that maybe the maintenance component being merged into the construction side and developing a CREMA type contract in that nature could align the incentive structure to support a higher quality product. And then the second that we are actively developing and going through a feasibility analysis for is in the case of the airport, where we have an island about the size of Barbados that attracts over 50% of our entire tourism, overnight tourist population annually. That existing airport is essentially at capacity. So we need to build a new airport to enable the tourism to flourish or to continue to grow in that island. And we're working actively with the IDB and potentially with IDB Invest in securing a model and a financing structure for that.
Thank you. Pasando.
Thank you. Moving on to the Secretary Cavalcanti. Brazil is the country with the most important program, likely, of PPPs in the world. Can you share with us what that history was like? How you became so important in the market of PPPs, and what the future looks like, what the challenges look like? As part of the federation, we have public policies of competitions of the union, of subnational public competition. Natalia knows about this. This is part of the biggest department in Brazil, and public policies that are part of the municipalities. Brazil started its process even before the concessions law in Brazil. Brazil has a law that turned 30 last year, and we have separated the concessions, which we call PPP, and we have turned 20 now in the time that we have been working with this. That is one part of our crisis. The second part is Brazil sold part of its assets after the 60s. There has been some public investment, there has been an external debt accumulated, and well, this model became decadent, and Brazil, even before a concession law appeared 40 years ago, started privatizing assets and building telecommunication companies, and we have been moving along in this process. Creating concession laws, we started drafting concessions still in the collection stage, and we invested in services, in ports, in roads. Well, the union would collect to fulfill the debt and decrease the impact of inflation, everything that we know already. So this was the model that has been active for quite a while, but it ran into a problem with tariffs that were too high for the population. There was no investment. There was a very high rate of little investment. We went through a stressful process, a process through which many countries went through, including Peru. Public contracts, among other things. Unfortunately, we follow the models of the more developed countries where the executives and the countries received fines. And in Brazil, we decided to destroy a generation of companies and professionals who worked on this infrastructure process. Well, all this part initially was called traditional infrastructure. To date, 100% of the capital system in Brazil for telecommunications is private. 100% of ports in Brazil are private. There's not a single public employee working to load a container or unload a vessel. 92% of passengers who fly are assisted by private airlines. There was also a privatization of Electrogas, which is a hydroelectric company that is 100% run by the private sector. And so the optic right now is to work on the social infrastructure. We have changed a lot according to the entity that is running the program. In Brazil, we have made a lot of headway in health. For example, in São Paulo, Minas Gerais, that conducts PPPs in education. Some departments follow the Chilean model, for example. Well, we are moving forward in this area because that's the logic of the federal government, and let's say that PPP is not just privatization, it is a more efficient way, the most efficient way perhaps, where we involve investment. It is an efficient way to offer a service to the population. I heard the Minister of Belize talking, and we have different municipalities that perhaps have the size of Belize. We have the Department of São Paulo that has the economy of several of our sibling countries here in Latin America. We have experience with APPs on several levels, from unions, departments, and small municipal territories that get together with the neighboring territories and conduct PPPs on public lighting, residue management. And we have experience in this work that we have started with the Accountability Court, and we were able to negotiate contracts that were considered stressed. Natalia here is a lawyer, and sometimes we think, we've been thinking about this for 20 years. We said, okay, this is going to happen in the future, but it's not happening because now there's climate change, there are other things. So in 30 more years, we think that we might have situations where we're free to think about that kind of moment. To complement the perspective from a state with a focus on perhaps what are the new sectors that are now integrating PPPs and what are the difficulties or the barriers to be more. Good afternoon. I would like to thank for this invitation and this opportunity and all the support that BID has given us in all our projects that we have undertaken in São Paulo. It is important to talk about why are projects successful. This is connected to the challenges. I like talking about opportunities also. The Department of São Paulo, as you know, is very large. It has over 46 million people. We developed a very large portfolio. It's very important to bring investors in with a well-established governance, and we have a program that we started with 220 billion reales, and so now we have even more than that in different areas, in infrastructure, in a general way, such as transportation, railroads. We observe that these are projects that incorporate more and more perfected regulation, incentives. There are some very good indicators, and as was mentioned before, our established governance. We have a council, we have a directory, we have agencies, we have strengthening of regulation. When we talk about PPPs, last year we created a law to strengthen agencies, and in fact they created regulatory agency of hydric resources in the department to guarantee. And I wanted to say something before we wrap this up. Hydric resilience, climate resilience. In all the projects, we try to incorporate this element because this is a challenge that we have to face, and we have to do this in an efficient way and make sure that it has financial viability. There are costs. The PPP is not for everything. We have to observe, we have to apply, and we have to obtain a quality service. Some projects that we observe the hydric, climatic part. We have many basins of hydric resources, and we have to understand where does the water tread, what is the route for water, for draining and sanitation together. We have to observe solid residue. To be able to scale, we generate We generate 244,000 tons of waste per day, but then there are municipalities that generate less than 50. So we have to integrate to be able to have a circular economy in these projects. For example, what we're doing here for IBD, we're observing the system of water production in the region that needs it the most, which is the Campinas region, for a well-established governance and to be able to get a project with long-term sustainability. These are the 5.5 million people, 25 municipalities that have been impacted by hydric resilience. We need to talk about infrastructure also based on solutions that are based on nature. The Tete Rio, that is the main rio in Sao Paulo, we're observing that. We're observing administrative concessions for dragging, for residue, for waste, for what can be found on the shores of the river. Nature-based solutions to attract people who should value our hydric resources, understand them, the PPPs, the concessions, as a mechanism that is going to take us to the future. To take us to this future in this present, we have to face challenges such as these because the changes are here, the climatic emergencies are here. We have to think how, like a department, we can't just look at this moment. We'll have to look into the future, into 20, 40 years ahead, even more. And for the for this PPPs and bid, all of these are tools to get there. Thank you so much for this opportunity. The Minister Salardi mentioned about a very ambitious reform program in the system of public investment, very important focus in the APPs. If maybe you could share with the audience what that program is going to look like, what are the steps for the implementation. Thank you for asking this question, Tomas. Well, after having done this presentation, these presentations today, we have some challenges, and we have a portfolio of over $60 billion that comprises all the aspects, all the sectors, and as it was mentioned in the previous presentation, I will reaffirm this, Peru knows the PPP systems and has been acquainted with it for over 30 years, but I think we have to pivot into a new regulation, not into a modification by itself, but the creation of a central unit in PPPs, which is what we have been talking about today, which is the Agency for Promoting Private Investment. That is the main change that we have announced today, that is going to have all the technical support to have the muscle to be able to undertake all these heavy projects. The other point that we mentioned is to have a simplified format for the PPPs, respecting always the national execution system, but making it specific in terms of risk assignment that these projects have. I think this is something vital and something that has already been talked about. That there needs to be an evaluation for the budget capacity that is specific within the budget of each ministry, or the creation of a central unit that is directly and completely responsible of the APPs, of the PPPs, that is not part of the cyclic bureaucracy of that most projects have to go through, which is something that we suffer day to day in each structure that we have currently. The other important point that is part of this connection is the structuring and financing must go in accordance with the complexity and the need of the project, with its payment scheme that corresponds to each type of the project. So the project has to be respected technically, but still be bankable. And the other important point, as I indicated, or the main point is the formulation of studies and surveys. I think with this issue simplified, we will be able to make shorter this process of formulation. The interaction of the sectors has usually taken us about 3 to 4 years, and considering the simplified format, which is going to have a cap, and there are going to be some complex projects that are going to have to go through ProInversión, but it's going to allow us to cut down this time of 3 to 4 years to 6 months. And I would like to thank the IBD and the UK government for going to the third stage of the infrastructural projects. We have talked about this with the high management, but this third plan has to have a big prioritization for the specific state of the projects that go hand in hand with the complementing projects that benefit this plan. But additionally, it has to have a roadmap for each individual project. We have done an internal mea culpa in terms of the progress in the infrastructure, not just with the PPPs, but just adhering to the plan itself. But I think this formula for prioritization of criteria has to go project by project in such a way that the impact is noticeable and it activates the number of projects that we are going to have on this new list. Thank you so much. Minister Andrade. Panama is a small country, but it is a logistics hub for the world, and it has a lot of experience in public and private associations in different sectors. So what are the perspectives towards the future? Good afternoon, everyone. We look at public and private associations as the best mechanism that has been created to maintain national infrastructure. These projects that have the reconstruction, the operation and maintenance of roads and highways long-term ensure us that these roads are going to be in perfect conditions for us to travel on them for many years to come. In the past, Panama lost sense of providing maintenance to its roads. Not providing maintenance to a road can cost up to 5 times more if you don't provide maintenance. In our case, in Panama, we have a PPP project, which is the Pan American Eastern Highway of about 270 kilometers, and that is going to have maintenance for 15 years. And we are in the licensing process for the Western Pan American Highway. There has to be a relationship between the investors and the public side, so that these projects work as they should. In my case, I've always been on the private side up until I became a Minister of Public Works. So the risk for the investors and the contractors, and I can see how this infrastructure is improved by the IPP bidding processes and how it can be made more agile and reliable. We need to have clear rules. If we don't have clear rules and legal safety, then investors are not going to want to be part of these projects. We need to make the multinational companies our allies, so we can structure these projects properly and accessibly so that investors regain faith in them. On top of that, after adjudicating the projects, we need to have a robust team with PPP experts, engineers, architects, financiers, inspectors, to make sure that the projects are developed just as they were licensed and that they get to their completion. It is also important to have means to resolve conflicts. These projects are complicated, especially in maintenance. So it is important to have a team that resolves conflicts quickly to continue providing continuity to them. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Minister. Juan Manuel. From the first edition of Infrascopio, Chile has had the first place. And many countries here have learned from Chile, have imitated Chile. And the students in certain dimensions have surpassed the master. What is Chile going to do to take back this first place, and what are the challenges for it? This is like, you're like aiming for my knees. I mean, I'm not saying that you weren't aiming somewhere else. Maybe that's the problem. I quite agree with what the Secretary of the Environment said, in the sense that there are two elements that are relevant when it comes to thinking about the future. This financing tool that works well. I have the impression that everything is concessionable, but not everything should be. Therefore, picking your battles is the challenge that we have, that we develop in terms of our work responsibility, our professional responsibility in this topic. The climate change effectively is putting us in checkmate, or rather rushing certain decisions that often have to do with lack of hydric resources, possible food stress, or agricultural overproduction, or stress on agricultural production. And I think that for this, we have a tool, we have a project that with the advisory of BIDS as a structure that we have never developed before in the region of Coquimbo, that will allow us to generate water for human consumption as well as other uses. In second place, our hyper-urbanized countries, Chile, for example, is about 90% of its population lives in cities. I think the second big challenge, if we think about the future, is how do we enable projects that are much more complex because they are in an inhabited location. There's a lot of friction. How do we attract investment or co-generate mechanisms to be able to develop projects that have a much more intensive impact, where greater populational density is generated? And I refer to the transportation systems. For the first time with the Chilean model, we are facing projects where we're going to transport passengers, for example. Before that, it was always having a car or paying for the availability in a hospital or maybe even a penitentiary center. But now we're going to transport. We're going to have a new generation of projects where the users are going to be very important when it comes to measuring the service levels, because they're going to be looking at it every day. So that's the third aspect. First, we have to think about the climate change. We have to measure the impact that this generates, the benefit for the environment. This opens new financing sources. Second, the challenge of being able to build or create infrastructure in cities with greater populational density. And third, that we are able to have contracts that are flexible enough and that are well-oriented enough, that are fundamentally oriented towards the users and not the materialized investment, but rather on what is happening in each one of these contracts and each one of these projects and how it is perceived by those who use it.
Thank you so much. I forgot to make the question or ask you to vote, but you anticipated this. Thank you. 1 extra minute for you. I don't know, we have the result of the voting process. Wow. We didn't need the voting. It has, yes, if one of you wants to choose any of the questions, you can choose a question. It's changing, it's changing. What are the main challenges? I believe that we have talked about flexibility. We cannot have a 30-year contract as a 30-day contract. Another challenge is with regard to risk. We cannot place all the risk in the private sector. We also have the risk of tackling climate change. We need to have contracts in place with available resources. In the case of climate variations, we also need to look at the insurance aspect. We have an airport in Rio Grande do Sul. The airport has had problems because of the rainfall, and we had insurance that was not covering all the volume of water that flooded the airport, and the airport couldn't operate. So we had to do the reconstruction of the runway to help the airport to return to operation. So we need to look at the contractual part of things. We need to look at the public policy making. So we need to look at each problem according to its own specificities, because the most important thing here is that this service can be delivered to the population. I am not able to see the question on screen. I'll try to share with you some ideas. I think it was related to the first question. What are the challenges that we are facing? And the great challenge here is governance, what we can do in this regard, because we have different levels. We need to get the discussion going. There are things that the state needs to do, or the national government, or the municipalities. Each one needs to resolve their own problems, the municipalities or the government. However, many times the population doesn't understand this. What citizens want is to receive their services flawlessly. They don't care who is responsible for that, the regional government, the mayor, or the central government. The population wants the service to be delivered. So if we have works that have been built and have not worked well, then the population doesn't care. So we need to ensure that they get the best quality services, and that each area has their own specific characteristics, and PPPs need to be analyzed to see how they relate to each area. The road section or area is different from the health sector, for instance. So we need to look at each area based on their characteristics. So probably we could look at problems in a simpler way. In other areas, we will encounter problems that we ignored at the beginning, but we need to have regulations and incentives so that everything is in line with the reality of each sector. We need feedback about this infrastructure based on what we have done in Sao Paulo, so that the state can also obtain a return based on the work it carries out. With regard to the regulatory measures, the Ministry of Economy launched on the 31st March a simplification measure, a package of measures regarding what I mentioned with regard to private investment. There are places where the capital, where our PPP system has worked well. However, I believe that we need to consider important issues such as the management contracts. We have developed a super airport in Lima. We have made great progress with the underground train, and also we have Shanghai, and then we have a traffic problem there. We need to look at the PPP model for services. If we look at the provinces, we're not developing plans. There is an important package in terms of roads, but if we look at it as a system, it is not the case. And also we have the governance side of things. If we do not reach all the levels, the different levels, local, regional, the executive, and somebody that is in charge of the governance, we have the red tape problem. Some of the processes can be so tedious in certain areas, and this should be centralized in the central PPP unit, and that would be my opinion. Mr. Andrade, I believe that an important part of this is the repayment to contractors, having clear rules on how they will receive their compensation. In the case of Panama, payments are made based on availability. There are 6 monthly payments after they have finished the works after a certain number of years, and we create a trust fund. In the case of governance, it is about maintaining a PPP, a well-structured PPP team, as I said earlier, that has a capacity to complete the project, just as it was tendered. But it is also important to have a dispute settlement mechanism in place. This is important because it guarantees that disputes won't be obstacles for the work's progress. Thank you, Juan Manuel. Well, I think we're wrapping up with the different interventions in this last answer to the question voted. There is a common element. It is related to governance. It is an English term, of course. I think that in Chile the problem is not on the regulatory side. I believe this could be solved if we look at the basis of the political system in the case of PPPs, which is related to the capability of driving processes. At this time, maintaining any decision over time has a high transactional cost, and PPPs are based on the capability of maintaining a hospital program that will endure more than one administration. In Chile, we're talking about 4-year periods. Also in Peru, we have a technical concession panel, a dispute board. We have arbitral committees. Everything is regulated. We're very good in Chile to write down the instructions of how we have to proceed. However, if there is no direction, the regulations are baseless. So I think that there are fluctuations and ups and downs related to administrative changes that are not good for the system. I believe that we have enough stability signs in the PPP system in Chile. However, we think that we can make better progress. In the case of red tape, in Chile we have a name, it's permisología. In Peru it's tramitología. But there's another word, the revisología. many words that end with ia. The problem here is that any officer or any government level can generate a veto on a project, and the raison d'etre of the project is lost, the sense of urgency. So I believe that we need to revisit these three questions. What is the main challenge of the country? What is the infrastructure at the end of the tunnel? And in this way, we can erase this duality of public, private, jointly or not, because we do not need to discuss this. We need to see how we can move forward more quickly. Thank you all for the excellent participations, and we would like to end this panel and move on to the closing session. We'd like to thank the participation of the ministers, secretaries, and directors for sharing their knowledge and experience. We invite you to stand up and approach us for the official picture.
Muy bien.
Muchas gracias. Por aquí, por
Thank you so much. Over here, please.
Estamos ya cerca de la recta final.
We're close to the finish line of the 12th edition of PPP Americas 2025. Thank you so much to the panelists for the valuable contributions. And as we were saying, we're close to the end. It is time to request some minutes of your time because your opinion is very valuable. We invite you to scan the QR code that you can see on screen. There you'll find a brief survey that will enable us to know which aspects worked well and which could be improved for upcoming editions of this event. And for the project visits, we remind you that you need to wear the right clothes and bring with you the identity document so that you can board the buses that will be available as from 7:30 at the entrance of the hotel. It is important to mention that we had 2 days of very intense exchange of information. We talked about experiences with the PPPs in Latin America and the Caribbean. Communication is important in ProInversión Peru. We take it very seriously to communicate actively the achievements and also to communicate clearly with our key audiences or public and with the citizens so that we can reach those who need these infrastructure projects that change the citizens' life, not only in Peru, but also in Latin America and the Caribbean. I'm sure that many of the experts present today share this perspective that communication is a cross-cutting action. We would like to thank our virtual audience as well, and would like to close today's agenda, and it is a time to receive the authorities and representatives that will join us for the closing of this event. We thank you for your presence. And would like to invite Luis del Carpio, Executive Director of ProInversión, to give his closing remarks. Please, a round of applause. Good afternoon, everybody. On behalf of the Peruvian government, I thank you for your presence. I would like to thank those who joined us in person and those who joined the online broadcast. I'd also like to thank those who traveled from far away to be here with us. We are bidding farewell and we are thinking about the next event of this kind. I would like to thank all those who participated as panelists because they shared their ideas, their visions, and their experiences. And this strengthens us in terms of PPP knowledge. Peru believes in PPPs because it is firmly convinced that it would help to close infrastructure gaps. It is a generous tool because it thinks about the population. It is a generous tool because it intends to solve problems at present to avoid them in the future. It is rigorous and difficult work. We are countries at different levels of the learning process. These forums are important to exchange ideas. Peru has made great progress, and we have not been afraid of innovating, changing, or adapting. We are currently undergoing changes, and ProInversión is ready to lead this change. I would also like to thank IDBs for its trust. We are honored to have been selected as the host of this event. Those who had the chance to know or visit the capital, I hope that you have enjoyed this last 2 days. We made our best effort so that you would find this event enjoyable. I'd like to thank the ProInversión team who worked enthusiastically even before we selected as the venue. And we waited for the IDB's decision for several weeks. And finally, we were selected. And we tried to coordinate the smallest details. IDB was very demanding in that connection, and we hope that we were able to meet the goals. See you in the next PPP Americas. Thank you all. We thank Mr. Luis del Carpio, Executive Director of ProInversión, and then to close this 12th edition, we would like to welcome Mr. Miguel Coronado, Manager of Andean Countries of IDB. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to the people that participated here. I'd like to thank Mr. Luis del Carpio because they worked during many months to make this event possible. I would like to express my gratitude to Peru for receiving us and the different national and international authorities, the panelists, allies, and cooperating nations, the sponsors and representatives from the private sector for their contribution to the success of this edition. I would like to take the chance to congratulate the infrastructure team of the bank responsible for this event, led by Mr. Cerebrisky, Ms. Lambo, and Mr. Artesiano. And of course, a special recognition to our country office, our representative, Tomas Lopez Teixeira, and his team, who allowed us to make this event a reality. As you all know, every 2 years the IDB convenes experts in PPPs to discuss how to collaborate in the development of infrastructure projects, efficient projects with a solid impact on society. During these days, we have tackled key topics for the development of Latin America and the Caribbean, such as the innovation strategy in the social infrastructure, forests and parks, financing, resilient financing, strengthening of policies and regulations for providing services, sustainability in social and economic infrastructure, dispute settlement mechanisms, and performance and impact measurement in PPP projects. One of the panels highlighted the need to promote the trust between the private and public sector to transform PPPs, transfer PPPs, which I believe is applicable to other sectors. In other spaces, we talked about the importance of strengthening institutionality to internalize the difference between a traditional public works and a PPP works to avoid any unnecessary delays to receive quality public services in a timely manner. Along these lines, many countries of our region have shared their strategic vision with regard to PPPs, specifically with regard to their project portfolio, which has a huge potential to continue bridging the gap. Today, we're closing this edition that had more than 125 panelists and hundreds of participants, both from Peru and from abroad, who joined us virtually and in person. These have been fruitful days for the exchange of knowledge and ideas and building new relationships and potential projects. I would like to reaffirm that PPPs are a mechanism that is available to boost social and economic growth. However, the needs for investment in infrastructure in our region is much urgent. The evidence shows that in spite of the needs, public investment is not sufficient to bridge the gaps in terms of infrastructure in the region at the macroeconomic and fiscal context. We have confirmed at this forum that PPPs are a valuable tool to bridge the infrastructure gap, not only because of its potential to mobilize resources from the private sector, but also because if they are well structured and managed, they generate efficiency gains for the alignment of incentives between the public and private sector in the long run. Also because they bring along optimization in the use of resources and more quality in the provision of services. Even though PPPs do not work well for all projects, we need to highlight that if a specific project generates a monetary value, it represents an option to obtain gains in innovation and efficiency with the help of the private sector. I would also like to highlight the importance for IDB to provide this support and share our knowledge with the countries. the bank has received a renewed mandate from its member countries to move forward in the implementation of our institutional strategy and a new business model for IDB Invest, which is denominated Sourcing to Share, which focuses on our work with the private sector. The IDB has been supporting countries to reinforce the regulatory and institutional framework, including clear regulations, strong institutions, and solid legal frameworks that are of the essence to attract private investment in this kind of projects. To mention only a few examples, we can mention what happens to the regulatory support in Belize and Costa Rica with strategies and management handbooks in Guatemala and Peru, which has allowed to create the right context to attract capital and experience from the private sector. The bank has also been able to move forward in providing support in the regulatory framework and facilitating these specific processes in the case of investment. For instance, the bank has been providing support in structuring more than 50 PPP projects for an investment of more than 18 billion in the case of water, sanitation, energy, schools, hospitals, ports, solid waste, green infrastructure, urban transport throughout our region. Moving forward with the regional integration process is another priority of ours, and the possibility of structuring these PPPs projects across our boundaries are a driving force to improve our infrastructures that will enhance our regional value chains and commercial flows that are key to the regional economic growth. In conclusion, PPPs represent a key tool to achieve efficient projects that are fiscally responsible, that have a high impact in social and economic terms, that at the same time are attractive for the private sector. Those present here today are convinced about the potential of this model to generate development through the delivery of efficient and quality services for the benefit of the population, and for that reason we are here today. However, considering the multidisciplinary nature and the number of actors involved, we are also aware that PPPs in particular and infrastructure projects in general are complex. In this context, it is important to remember that the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean share the same challenges in the management of PPP projects, and we win when we generate this kind of spaces where we can learn about regional and global experiences and thus foster progress in the development of efficient infrastructure with a long-term view with the help of the private sector. I would like to end these words by thanking the Ministry of Economy and Finance of Peru, for also ProInversión for its great job as host country, and all our strategic allies that have contributed to the success of this event. PPP Americas is a sample of our commitment to make available lessons learned in different countries to strengthen the public and private articulation as a key access for the economic and social development of the region. Thank you all for the success of PPP Americas 2025. We hope to meet you again in the next edition of PPP Americas 2027. We thank Mr. Miguel Coronado for his works, and we invite you for the official picture. We ask our participants to stay in their seats because we need the final closing part.
Los despedimos con un fuerte aplauso.
A round of applause, please. And we have reached the end of this day. We would like to thank you all, panelists, sponsors, strategic allies, and of course, each one of the participants that joined us in this 12th edition of PPP Americas 2025. And to close this day with a finishing touch, we'd like to invite Gaston Astesiano, the head of the single window of PPPs from IDB, and Carolina Lambeau, senior specialist in PPPs IDB, to show a video of a summary of this event. A round of applause, please.
Bueno, trataré de ser breve porque sé que
I will try to be brief because I know that we are the obstacle between this moment and tasting Peruvian cuisine. I'd like to express my most sincere thanks to all the people that made this event possible here in Lima. Thanks to IDB and to MEF and ProInversión for their support. I'd like to thank Milagros and the team that supported us here in Peru, led by Vanessa, Sheila, and all the team of RLA and Stato for their commitment. On the side of IDB, I would like to thank Silvia, Romina, Guilherme, Emilia, and Veronica for their perfect work. Together, we try to think about each and every detail so that everything worked out as we had dreamed. Thank you for your constant support. I'd like to thank Luis, Mariale, and Lucia from the communications team for their creativity and capability to achieve this event. Thank you so much to Gaston, Tom, and Thomas, and Miguel for giving us the chance to work together and building a space for learning where we strengthen alliances and partnerships to continue fostering private investment in the case of quality public services in our region. I'd like to thank all the services involved, each person that contributed with their dedication to make this event a success. We are living with new ideas, new contacts, and we continue transforming our region. And see you in the next edition of PPP Americas 2027. Thank you all. I will be very brief. I would like to thank and ask for a round of applause for Carolina, because Carolina's leadership was instrumental in the organization of this event. With her specific approach to detail, I'd like to thank Minister Salardi, Lucha, and Emerson, and the team in ProInversión, and the MEF's private investment section for the support provided during a year and a half to prepare this event. I'd like to thank Tom for facilitating our work here in Peru and having his support and coordinate all the public and private aspects of the event. Cristina and Paula for all of IDB's Invest, and Felipe for organizing an event that we expect to expand. I'd like to thank the 40 sponsors of the event, more than 900 participants in person, and the thousands that joined us online. The 100 working meetings that were held, and more than 200 people that will be visiting tomorrow successful PPP projects here in Peru. I'd like to thank Thomas Serpersky, who supported us along the way since we conceived this project with him. And thank you so much for being here these last 2 days. We will now see the video that summarizes what we lived during this past 2 days.
Por favor, invitamos a todos.
Meanwhile, we invite the entire PPP and IBD team to take one final protocol photo. Carolina, Mr. Cambias, please, our friends, stay on the stage, and we invite the whole PPP IBD team for one final protocol photo.
Bien, Alberto, durante estos días hemos compartido experiencias.
Okay, Alberto, in these last few days we have shared experiences, solutions that promote more sustainable, innovative, collaborative development in a region. That is right, Yamil. We have a big learning opportunities, new connections, and especially the impulse to continue transforming our communities through PPPs. All of us who were with us virtually, thank you for being here with us. We invite you to continue staying connected with us through social media of IBD, where you will be able to relive the best moments of this event. And do not forget to register in the PPP Americas community to stay in touch, continue participating, and be part of future events, incredible future events such as this one. We would love to continue seeing you in the following editions. Till next time. We now declare PPP